I am here. I don't see any of you guys, by the way, to be clear. Hey, Patrick, can you drop out too? Or just close the video? I cannot, to be clear, I cannot see you guys. But I can hear you, but not. Good to see you. I cannot hear.
Hey, Director Iancu, it's Ed Martin. How are you? Nothing.
Hey, good.
It's cutting up.
I'm doing well. Finally, I can hear.
Oh, good. Yeah, there you go. Can you see me?
His
audio is cutting out.
Yes.
Badly.
Your audio is cutting up a little bit. Can you do it? Testing 1, 2, 3?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me see which. How can I? Okay, let me see. Yeah. No, I'm using sort of that generally has no
maybe
issues.
you should disconnect and connect again, Ryan.
We can do that. I'm gonna
You
run.
want me to do that?
I'm gonna disconnect and then reconnect real quick.
Where is he? But you just can't.
Here we go. We're trying again.
Jordan, you might have to kill the video. We can't go. We can't go 4 minutes video.
All right, give it a try.
Hey, can you hear me now, Director Iancu?
Can you hear?
You're cutting out dramatically. The audio is cutting out.
Mike. So the guys from the PTA, can you still hear speak up?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Where are they? Are they in California
I'm
too?
here.
I mean, otherwise it's us. You talk to them. But now we're at 4 o'clock, so we either gotta. People are gonna come in and. Jeez, it's already so hot in here.
You can hear it or whatever it's worth.
All right.
Do you want to reconnect? What do you want to do?
Let's see. Can you do again? Say something again.
Would you like to reconnect, or what would you like to do?
There it goes.
Well,
We can hear it.
that's pretty good right there. Let's try to start and see how we do.
All right, here we go.
This
folks.
is the beauty. Wait a second. We're not playing the video, right?
Do you want to just skip the video?
Yeah, you
and
have
get
to.
into
It's
it?
4:01.
I can't hear you anymore, Ed. I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Somehow it's going into the live system, and go ahead. We're ready to go.
Hey everybody, welcome. It's Ed Martin. It's Eagle Countdown. Sorry, we're getting a technical difficulties here, and we have our first guest is Director Iancu. We'll get to him in a minute. It's a real privilege. One of our favorite promises kept of this presidential term is our relationship and the success of the USPTO. We'll talk about that in a minute. But as we start our Eagle Countdown, this is our gathering time for so many Eagles across the country, and we want to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance first, and then we will also begin with a short prayer. So let's do that right now, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to take this out, and I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Let's start with a quick word of prayer. Lord, we ask you to bless this time together, especially bless all our leaders, Eagle leaders across the country, and all those people that are coming together to learn from our speakers, to be fortified in the policy issues that are going on, to understand what's at stake in these times, and especially to be encouraged with America's exceptionalism and what's happening all around us. Sometimes the media and other things confuse us, but we know at our heart the goodness of America, and especially the goodness of the American people. And we ask all this through our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. So our first guest is Director Iancu. We were really looking forward to Eagle Council this year because Director Iancu is, Andrei Iancu is one of our favorite of the Trump administration appointees. He is the Undersecretary of Commerce. That's the title you get as an umbrella, because he is the director of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, which, if you don't understand American enterprise, you might say, well, patents and trademarks, what's exactly going on there? Until you realize that at the heart of America's success has been this extraordinary ability for inventors and creators to have a share in what they created, to incentivize what they do. And so it's extraordinary. And Phyllis Schlafly we have a whole book of her writings on this topic. We could spend hours on it. But Director Iancu, he is the one it's the world's largest intellectual property office. He's an attorney who's practiced in private practice for many years. And one of the things I like best about Director Iancu is when you ask the people from the swamp about him, they say, well, he was a lawyer, like a big-time lawyer, that he wasn't a bureaucrat, he wasn't somebody that had been angling to do this or that. He was somebody that worked in America and made things work and came all the way across the country to take this position. So, Director Iancu, welcome, and thank you for your interest in the work that we do at Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, and welcome to the Eagle Countdown. How are you today?
Great. Well, thanks for having me, Ed. Quite an honor. And when I first came on, I very fondly remember you coming to the PTO to meet with me very early on.
Yeah.
And I remember what you said to me at that point, and it stuck with me. And
well,
I'm
thank
sure we'll
you.
get to some of it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And That was a long time ago, you're right. And one of the things I tell people is that we're looking at this time, we're saying, okay, there's an election coming, that's true, but what are the promises kept of this presidency? What did the Trump-Pence administration do? And when you look at, for example, your office, the president got a good person to run it, got a good team to run it, and then said, go and do better and better. And I think there's lots of successes you can talk about. I do want to mention, and we're going to have our big Eagle Council event in person in January or February. We have to get the date. We got delayed. But at that event, we'll redo this too. But I want to make sure to tell you, we created an award particularly to highlight how important this position, what you do is, and what happens in our country, because in other parts of the world, if you have an invention or you have something you create, the government will own it for you until they give you some chance to be a part of it. I don't want to pick on the communist regime in China, but it's an example where the power for a creator is dependent on the government deciding if you can utilize that thing you created. In America, we have this enterprise system, and we created this award. We call it the Phyllis Schlafly Friend of American Invention Award. And we recognize leadership to strengthen the U.S. patent system and to advance the exclusive right of inventors to their inventions for limited times. That's always been the American system. Recipients of this award, and Director Iancu is our premier one, will have shown leadership in advocating and working for reliable and enforceable patents. These award winners, the people who we consider the Phyllis Schlafly Friend of American Invention, they stand up for this patent exclusivity and for people reaping the benefits of their own labor and their own invention. And so it's really my pleasure. We've been a big fan of yours, Director Iancu, your professionalism, your team's approach to how they do things, to give you this award. I wish you were here together to get it, but to give you this award, I'll look forward to delivering it and then having you again. But congratulations on this award, and for everything you do. We want to say thank you and honor you and pay our respects. So congratulations.
Well, thank you so much, Ed, and thank you so much to the Eagle Forum. What an amazing honor, really. I couldn't have imagined, so I very much appreciate it. I don't know how your schedule is, Ed. Can I say a few things before you get into questions?
Yeah. Please do. Yes, please.
Well, great. Yeah, thanks. And really, all I wanted to say is, again, to thank you for this honor, and the awards really fortifies the legacy Phyllis Schlafly has left, and furthers the contribution of American inventors. Phyllis was a champion for inventors and invention, and that protects them through her many writings and speeches, and she was a champion for the protections provided to inventors by the U.S. Constitution, and in particular, Section 8, Clause 8. She truly understood the tremendous sacrifice required of an individual to bring a successful idea to market. She encouraged individuals and small companies in particular to invent. And as we all know, she acquired the feeling of and passion for inventors while at home. During the Depression, from her father, who holds U.S. patent, actually patent number 233791, rotary agent. I can't be more delighted to say the importance of Phyllis's work on behalf of inventors, and that you and the organization continue with this essential mission. The importance of innovation is more clear now at this particular time than ever, and can't be overstated. Phyllis understood that. She truly understood the importance of innovation to the quality of life in America and the advancement of it. And again, thank you for carrying on her tradition. We are ardent support of inventors. These are playing an important role in renewing our country's commitment to innovation, invention, patenting, and entrepreneurship. We need this renewal now more than ever because our nation's economy is under competitive. Our primary foreign rival has a sophisticated and well-funded strategy to dominate the world's most technological industries. The targeting of American IP requires our U.S. government, our corporations, our universities, effective defense and not allow the most important pieces to be stolen. At the same time, it also requires to develop and deploy effective offense through increased participation right here in America and renew our economy. We need to increase the number of people engaged in the U.S. economy. We must broaden the population of American inventors to include women, minorities, and potential entrepreneurs who live across the land, and many of them far away from the current technology hubs. We need hands on deck. Innovation can be the great equalizer in America, and in particular what I spoke when he first came to the USPTO. Innovation can be the great unifier. Shared goals. You mentioned this to me, and it's stuck with me all along. For this, however, we must work on constitutional need of a strong and reliable intellectual property system by the Constitution itself, securing or limited time authors and inventors the access to their respective rights and systems. Anyway, so I look forward to our discussion with you, and again, many thanks for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Iancu. And we still are having a little bit of a technical difficulty, but I can hear you pretty well. So, and we also have, by the way, Director Iancu, you know from being in the D.C. area, every now and then you get either lucky or unlucky. Near our office, just off of Capitol Hill, are some folks that are deciding today. Now is the time to protest about the Supreme Court vacancy. So you'll hear banging of drums or something. So sorry about all the noise outside. I want to ask you first, in your tenure, the ranking by the Chamber of Commerce, which has a ranking on patent on the offices, and we've gone, I think, from like 10th or 12th up to 2nd. Singapore is the top, we're the 2nd. I know when you started, you told me many years ago now, 3 or 4 years, you had a couple of priorities. One is to make what the patent office and what it meant accessible to the whole country, that there was times where you felt like perhaps middle America or minority communities didn't have a connection to what the patent office, a trademark office, what they were doing. And second, then just making the office effective and going from 10th or 12th to 2nd. Talk about how you came in. I mean, you know, I had an old a friend of mine who said the new broom sweeps clean. You know, you come in, you got to take on your own ideas, but still, how did you envision what you did and sort of the highlights of your work in the office?
Well, look, when I at the very beginning, we must do 3 things. Number one, we must change the dialogue surrounding intellectual property in the United States, and we must have a pro-IP dialogue. And then I said we must increase the reliability of the patent grant. And there are a lot of subsets to all that. And we really have been able to do all of that, and I am quite proud. We have now, over the past few years, developed a much more pro-innovation in this country. We champion the inventors and the extent of innovation and the great benefit they bring to American society and the rest of humanity. And on technical front, we increase the reliability of the patent grant in a variety of ways to it. But we have issued guidance to applicants as how to do the analysis for patentable subject matter in the USPTO, Patent and Trademark. We have drastically the system that has challenging patents at the PTO and of course. So one is to balance the system. What I said in the speech had when inventors helping invent more. And the answer is yes, it's mostly true. But if the answer is no, really should how are we doing? So we've mentioned all the progress that we made. We've done quite a bit more than that. And the PTO has done to help innovation in this country.
Well, it's been extraordinary to see and to notice, and I've mentioned with you, Jim Edwards, one of our colleagues who works so hard on these issues of protecting property rights and patents, and as he has talked about what over his long career in public policy and seeing just what 3.5 years has made a difference. It's a credit to President Trump for getting good people like you and your team, and then a credit to you. And so we certainly encourage you. Unfortunately, you'll understand when I say this to you, it's hard for us to do this virtual thing, and Senator Chuck Grassley is coming up next after you, and so even though you've got a big job, I think I'm going to have to close out here. Let me say one thing though. Director Iancu spoke at our our patent event. Jim, was it a year and a half ago? A year and a half ago, gave an extraordinary speech, which we have on video, sort of a history, what he was doing, and I'll make sure we put that up on social media. And I can't wait when we do our Eagle Council in January or February. If God wills, it will be in the first two or 3 weeks of the next term of President Trump, and we hope that your work will continue and so important. So sorry for the difficulty virtually, but thank you for everything you do, and congratulations on this award. We'll look forward to seeing you soon.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks for having me, and keep up doing the great work that you do on behalf of American innovation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Director Andrei Iancu. He's the Undersecretary of Commerce of Intellectual Property, Director of the USPTO, one of the extraordinary people that President Trump hired. He's done a great job, and you hear it all across the Washington, which is people understand these policies, but across the American economy for this success. So thank you, Director Iancu, and we appreciate it. Okay, everybody, we're going to show a quick video. It'll be one of our promises made, promises kept from some of our many members of Congress and others who have gone out of their way to send us these videos, and then we will go ahead and we will come back and we'll talk with Senator Chuck Grassley. So we'll be back in a moment. Go ahead there, Ryan. Thank you.
Say hi to the Eagle Forum. I'm Congressman Steve King, representing Iowa's 4th Congressional District, and I sure appreciated the long friendship and relationship we've had with Phyllis Schlafly and Eagle Forum, and the messages that she put out to us. It's our job now and her legacy that we carry that forward. And that means that the principles of full spectrum constitutional Christian conservatism need to be deployed in this country. And the question is, how well has Donald Trump done since Phyllis Schlafly identified him as the man who needed to be the next president of the United States? And I have, in April 4th of 2017, I went into the White House, into the West Wing, into the War Room, right next to the Oval Office, and had a little chat in there about the strategy for the administration. I took the trouble to take a picture of their whiteboard. This isn't Karl Rove's. This was actually Steve Bannon's back in the time. And this is the list of all of the promises that President Trump made during the campaign. And there's check marks behind those even then that were kept as early as April 4th of 2017. But I wanted to just go through a recap of some of those accomplishments. And these are accomplishments that have been achieved in the face of the worst opposition any elected president has seen that I can think of. And they have been, I'll just say, unjustly pursuing President Trump and our shared ideology every day since he was elected, from protests in Washington of his inauguration on along to the impeachment itself, which was political and nothing else. And in the middle of all of that, he's accomplished these things. So off of this list, we have his effort to repeal and replace Obamacare. We saw John McCain vote no on that at the last minute. So, but regardless, we still were able to eliminate the individual mandate in the tax package, which came shortly after that. He's largely kept his full promise on taxes, and that's reducing corporate tax and reducing their repatriation tax from U.S. capital stranded overseas. He's made significant improvements in the death tax, the estate tax, along the way. So that whole package was the most important financial component achieved in the Trump administration, and the best vote that I was able to put up during that period of time. He made pledges on trade. He was going to end negotiations on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP. He did that, And he also has set up the trade negotiations. Some would even call it a trade war with China. We know that they've been stealing our intellectual property to the tune of $600 billion a year. And he has made an issue of that. And the conflict that's there needs to be brought to bear, or eventually we have to just knuckle under to China, and we're not doing that under a Trump administration. President Trump said that he was going to either cancel or renegotiate NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. He did that, and it's a favorable agreement. All agree, even Joe Biden agrees it's a favorable agreement on NAFTA. Our trade has been opened up in multiple places around the world, including our trade negotiations, not yet concluded, with the United Kingdom since they voted Brexit. That gives us an opportunity to get the U.S. camel's nose under the trade protection tent of the European Union. That is a big deal. It's 500 million people and a fairly prosperous market that's there. And he promised that he would reduce regulations and eliminate 2 for every new one. He's easily kept that promise and more. There have been tremendous regulatory relief. He said that he was going to go forward with the Keystone XL pipeline. He's done all the things he can do administratively to do that. The courts have held him up. He promised that he would also be protecting us from nations that were a threat to us from the standpoint of terrorism. He has done that, and again, run into the courts as barriers. He was going to end catch and release. Just a couple mornings ago, I had a briefing on the progress we're making down on the southern border, partly because of COVID, but now within 2 hours, we're turning 90-some% of those border crossers back into the country they came from. That's ending catch and release, and it's doing it on the spot. It's been a tremendous improvement that's there. So he was going to increase the number of Border Patrol agents, the number of ICE agents. He's done that. The budgets haven't let him do as much as he wants to do. But overall, if you look at the accomplishments of President Trump in the face of the worst persecution of a president by the opposing political party and their ideological elements, this president has performed in the middle of all of these battles. And I need to add to this that the appointments to the Supreme Court are the crowning glory of the first Trump term. And we've always known that we can't hold our Constitution together unless we have constitutionalists on the United States Supreme Court. And he has placed 2 of them there, and that is Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh. And we're always a little disappointed with some of those decisions, but in the end, we're on the cusp of having not just a 5-4 constitutionalist majority in the United States Supreme Court, but eventually, perhaps in the next Trump term, there could be 1 or 2 more appointments to that court, and I am imagining a 7-2 court of constitutionalists, and he's already crossed over 200 federal judges that have been appointed and confirmed. So there's been tremendous progress made, and for a generation or more, we're going to see the results of his appointments to the federal bench. And the farm team, for those coming up the line, has been improved substantially as well. This president has performed extraordinarily in the first term in the face of the worst opposition, political opposition, a president has ever seen. And we need him reelected if we're going to continue to put America back on the rails again and put this COVID issue behind us, get back to a normal life, and see our economy grow, strengthen our faith in our families, and strengthen our education and foundation in the belief, first, the biblical belief and in the constitutional beliefs that are necessary for America to survive, let alone prosper. Thanks a lot, Eagle Forum. You're doing a great job.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Ed Martin. It's the Eagle Countdown. And, of course, this time it would be our 49th annual Eagle Council right now. And we delayed that until January because of all the craziness. But we're still doing the Eagle Countdown. John Schlafly is back next to me. John Schlafly is Phyllis Schlafly's oldest son, of course. He still writes the Phyllis Schlafly Report, the weekly column. He does a lot of work with our organization. In fact, later he'll mention we just filed a brief, our organization up in Pennsylvania, supporting the federal judge on one of the election fraud cases. We'll talk about it later. But Right now, I'm really honored and pleased. We're here in the D.C. office of Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. Phyllis Schlafly, in her long career in office, she had a friendship and an admiration for Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa. She recognized him as someone who had the same values she did and pursued so many of the same things she did, and she just enjoyed him. And we were getting ready at Eagle Council to honor him in a particular way with an award we call the Legal Eagle Award. And I think it's good for an Iowa farm boy, not a lawyer, to get a Legal Eagle Award, but because we wanted to make sure to recognize his service on the Judiciary Committee. In getting ready to talk to him today, and he's here with us, I was looking at our bio and stuff, and he holds a record. I don't know if it's a Guinness Book of World's Record yet. We should find out. Mike Davis, you find that out. Is the longest consecutive voting streak in U.S. Senate history. Haven't missed a vote since 1993.
It's not a McGuinness record.
It's not?
It's the record of all the 1,970 senators that
really?
have served since 1789. And I beat the record that Bill Proxmire had prior to that when he left the Senate, 1988.
Wow. I mean, wasn't that, we're talking right now outside of our offices, people yelling about the vote at McConnell. Wasn't McConnell, I think McConnell won his race in the 80s. Remember, he had a colleague of yours, a Democrat, who kept skipping votes, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't that what they had? And he had the hound dog running around chasing the dummy, the thing. It was a famous, right?
You've got real good memory.
I just saw it after the fact. So they couldn't do that to Grassley. Then, of course, the full Grassley is this famous thing where you go to every county. Is it every year or every 2 years?
I have a Q&A in every county of the 99 of Iowa every year for 40 years in a row, and there's only been one of those meetings where I haven't had at least one person show up to ask me a question.
Oh, one meeting you had and no one came? Was it like a snowstorm or what?
So that would be multiply 40 times 99 counties, and it comes out something like 3,900 and something.
Wow.
And it's a way to keep in touch with people.
Yeah.
You know, representative government's a two-way street. If you're going to have representative government, you got to have dialogue between those that we serve and the ones that are elected, like me. See. So,
Senator Grassley, you had extraordinary chairmanship on the Senate Judiciary Committee. That's what we wanted to honor you about because your service. But you started out in this. You didn't think to yourself, I want to be on Judiciary Committee. You're a farmer. You thought, I want to make sure government works for me. How big was that chairmanship? How central was it? I mean, you did, I think it's over 85 judges, 2 Supreme Court judges. I mean, it was a key moment, and you were in charge.
When you're selecting people or helping people get confirmed to judgeships, you aren't only looking ahead 2 or 3 years. You're looking ahead 30 years and 40 years in some instances. That's the difference that job makes, getting people confirmed to lifetime appointments to the federal judiciary.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, we gave Senator Grassley, his is in his office, but this is what it looks like. Our famous Eagle Award, Phyllis Schlafly, for her decades and decades, we give awards to people that were doing the work. I think he got this 2 years ago, maybe longer. And the tagline on it is, with appreciation for your dedicated work for God, family, and country. And that's what Phyllis would always sign. So I know we're not going to talk about the current Supreme Court situation. We're going to let Mike Davis say what he'll make the news here. But I want to ask you about the current state of sort of politics. We were talking before we got on the air. Or maybe not politics, but the intensity of the division. Everyone likes to say we're divided. You've been up here a long time on Capitol Hill. Is it worse now? Is it better now? Is it the media's fault? Is it Trump's fault? How do you describe what we're feeling?
Yeah, it's worse, but it's not a whole lot different than people would expect you to do representing your constituencies. So if you look at a map of the 2016 election, and you see the interior of the United States all red and the coastlines blue, you can understand the country's divided. So if you believe in the principle of representative government, wouldn't you expect the people that represent those people to reflect that view in the Congress of the United States?
Yes, but the media is crazier than ever, right? I mean, in a way, someone asked me on a radio today, they said, Justice Scalia was great friends with Ginsburg. Well, I bet you that Chuck Grassley's friends with Democrats too, right? That's not that uncommon. What's uncommon now is that they took Kavanaugh to a level that was unbelievable, right? I mean, the destruction and the media does it in such a way that 20% of the country will never forget Kavanaugh as a terrible person.
The last 20 years, what you said has just been the trend.
Yeah.
Prior to that, there was never a vote on confirmation or a vote on filibusters of judges. Now, somebody's going to say, well, yeah, Fortas in 1969 or something like that.
Right.
But he didn't even have enough votes to get approved.
Right.
So until the Democrats decided in the first George W. Bush term to make it political, it was never political. Because you can understand, Clarence Thomas never would be on the court. He was approved 52 to 48. So if you had to have a filibuster to keep him off, he would have never been on.
Wow. Yeah.
So just think how things have changed between Clarence Thomas's approval and the way they are now since George W. Bush. Because for the first time, Democrats said politics can enter into who's going to be on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, we're visiting with Senator Chuck Grassley from Iowa. He got the Legal Eagle Award. Now, I know enough to know senators, they get all kinds of prizes and all, but this is a letter opener, and it was a letter opener with an eagle on it that Phyllis always kept one on her desk that she opened up, and we found about a half a dozen of these that were wrapped up. So we made this the Legal Eagle Award. I figure you can also use it on the farm if you need to stab somebody or stab one of Mike Davis. But thank you for everything you're doing for us.
You.
But I want to ask you about this. When you were a young senator and you had all those tough issues, the Cold War's going on, Reagan's going on, all these things, you could still go through an airport and nobody'd know you. After Kavanaugh, everybody knows Chuck Grassley too, right? I mean, and
except when I wear a mask.
well, that maybe you like the masks now. That's right. Certain people like the masks. I look too good. I don't like to cover up. So that I blame the media for that. Do you blame the media? You don't blame anybody. You're not angry. You never get. You don't seem to get angry the same way normal. But it kind of rolls off your back.
The media is not journalism today. They're political activists in their own way.
Yeah.
Maybe Fox News one way, MSNBC another way. They aren't reporting the news. They're reporting what they want to make the news.
Well, and get people excited, get people agitated.
Yeah.
John, do you have any deep thoughts? John Schlaff, he's an attorney, so he's suspect. He's in a suspect class too. John?
Well, Senator Grassley, you set the standard for judicial confirmations last year with Kavanaugh, and of course, when you're the chairman of the committee, you have to deal respectfully with the opposing party, which is not easy when on the other side of the dais is people like Kamala Harris and Mazie Hirono and people like that. But it was a model of what you did, and you've handed off that gavel to Lindsey Graham, and Lindsey has a tough one that he's facing now in the next couple of weeks, and I hope you can impart your wisdom to him as he takes care of the next Supreme Court nomination. And thank you for what you did last year.
Well, I'm glad to do it. Thank you very much.
The reports are, if everything holds in majorities, you'll go back on judiciary, right?
Yes.
Is that true? So you will go back on judiciary next year. Let's go back to the Judiciary Committee, because we gave you this for being a legal eagle. I couldn't give you a law license, for it, but maybe they could do some. Maybe somebody could take care of that. But on the Judiciary Committee, you were big on the First Step Act. And the First Step Act was something that the president wanted, his team wanted. I don't know that it gets amount. One of the things we're talking about on this Eagle Countdown is, what were the promises kept? President Trump ran for office. He said, we're going to do things differently. We're going to stand up for folks. I remember he pardoned some people, and you went, oh yeah, I see he's got the courage to pardon some people most people wouldn't touch until a second term or ever. What's the First Step Act mean to you?
It means that people that probably got unfair treatment for the crime they committed compared to others was not fair. But it's Congress's fault, because in the 1990s we passed a very tough on-crime law.
Right.
And at the time I voted for it. You thought it was the right thing to do, and it did cut down on crime tremendously. But what it ended up doing was, after 20 years, you find out some of the things that maybe you were not fair to some people. So it doesn't open the prison doors and let anybody out. It only gives these people an opportunity to go back before the same judge and plead that maybe their sentence was a little bit unfair compared to what? Compared to any case they can make. And then they could get it shortened, and then maybe on a shortened sentence get out.
This is where I think that people don't understand Donald Trump, the uniqueness, because Chuck Grassley would be identified as a rock-ribbed conservative on this issue.
Yeah.
And Trump comes in and says, let's do this. And you come along, and a bunch of people come along on all sides, and it happens. If it was 25 years ago, there'd be articles about how incredibly bipartisan and how important it was. Instead, it's kind of forgotten, and we attack Trump's tweets.
Because people, the press hates Trump. They ain't going to give him credit for anything. But this is a miracle he did by putting together, let's just say, the ACLU on the left and the Koch brothers on the right, and everything in between.
Right.
And maybe even some to the extreme of those two
Right.
came together as a coalition, and he put that coalition together. He doesn't get any credit for it.
Yeah.
But he wanted to be fair to people that were mistreated and really had unequal justice, to give them justice.
Right. John, you have follow-up?
Well, you referred to President Trump's tweets. Now, Senator Grassley has been very adept on Twitter since before Donald Trump became president. And
but what's the deal with the deer? What was the deal with the deer? Have you heard this one?
No.
Can you tell us that?
We had a deer, and I wanted my staff to know I was okay. And you normally want to see where a deer is, and I couldn't find the deer at night, so I said, "Assume dead."
That was a tweet. Well, go ahead, Mike, John. So,
well, Twitter is a new medium, and it's Senator Grassley was an early adopter of that new medium.
2008.
2008. Wow, that's before a lot of us ever heard of it. But I wonder if you have any comments about Twitter as a means of communication and how you compare yourself to the president, perhaps?
Well, I've got 500,000 followers, and he's got 80 million followers.
Yeah.
So that's not much of a comparison. But I don't know why he uses it, but the reason I use it is to a lot of times just to give some news, but also try to encourage discussion. And you get a lot of discussion, and you get a lot of people that don't like you that
Jump in.
respond most of the time.
do you do your own tweeting?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
100% of the time?
When I got somebody around that can type faster than I do, I tell
You tell
them
them
what
to type it?
Yeah.
But Senator, of course, President Trump has had several of his tweets to be censored by Twitter, which is a disgrace. It should not be allowed to happen. But have you ever had any of
I
your
don't
tweets?
think so. I don't think so.
Well-
Nobody's called it to my attention.
What about the power of those big tech companies? And I'll say it differently. One of the themes of Eagle Countdown, our people, our Eagles feel we're on the brink of an election, of a lot of chaos. We've got election fraud, mail-in fraud we're worried about. We've got big tech with their thumb on the scale, it feels like sometimes.
Against a conservative
cause.
Yeah.
So what do we do with Twitter and those guys?
Right now, I see that there's a bipartisan group of people think just leave it alone, and then there's a bipartisan group of people that think there ought to be some restrictions put on, and in some cases more freedom, in some cases less. And I don't think there's a consensus yet to get anything done between now and the election.
Yeah. Would that be a Judiciary Committee thing, you think, next time?
A little bit, and a little bit in the Commerce Committee.
Commerce, yeah. John, follow up on that?
Well, it's, the power of the big tech industry is a concern, and Congress hasn't really done anything about it. The need, I think, is great for Congress to take action. I realize it's very controversial within both parties. And part of that, I think, is because the tech industry has been spreading a lot of money around in Washington.
Now we've got 42 days to the election. You've seen a few elections in your time. How's this one going? Where are we in this election?
Well, first of all, you ought to understand with this vacancy on the Supreme Court that there's no better role than the people in the Eagle Forum can play, and way beyond their own membership. Use every influence you can to get this vote out, and we need not just Trump to win, but we need a landslide.
Right.
Because the reason we need a landslide is you don't know how these mail-in ballots are going to be handled.
Yeah.
We've been very concerned about mail-in ballots, and Also, I wanted to ask you, Senator, about the so-called pivot counties, and your state of Iowa had quite a number of them.
23 of them.
23 that voted for Obama twice,
Yeah.
and then flipped and supported President. 23 out of the 99 counties. Now, with you're on the ground in all 99 of those counties, Senator. How are they looking today, if you know?
I think they're looking like he's going to carry him, but not by the 9% margin he had. But between now and the next 42 days, people that are of the conservative frame of mind, or people that like a president who delivers on his promises, and that's not better shown than with the two people he put on the Supreme Court that he intends to deliver, and the speed with which he's moving so far on this nomination, that we got to get people that appreciate just the conservative cause, but also appreciate a president that delivers on what he said he was going to do. That's what's important, and your organization can play a big part in that.
Well, listen, Senator Grassley, I want to say thank you. We were expecting to have him at our Eagle Council with lots of our folks who love you and support what you do. Phyllis had such affection and appreciation for you. Thank you for coming by to be with us here. And the Legal Eagle, you can tell any of the lawyers on the Judiciary Committee. You got Phyllis. Phyllis is in heaven. She'll deliver any help you need. But thank you, and good luck down the stretch here. And we're going to take a quick break again and do another commentary, one of the promises kept from another one of our members of Congress, and we'll swap out a guy who actually was a Grassley staffer. So Mike Davis, he'll give us some scoop on this. So thank you, Senator, very much. All right, thanks.
Hi, Grover Norquist, Americans for Tax Reform. We're the group that asks all candidates for office to sign a pledge never to raise taxes. About 90% of Republicans in the House and Senate have signed and kept that pledge. I'm looking forward to talking to you about my favorite of the many Trump promises that he kept, and that's the promise to reduce the tax burden, the tax load on the American people. On the individual income tax, he took rates down for all Americans at all levels of income. Tax rates went down. He doubled the per-child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. He doubled the standard exemption, where the first $12,000 you paid you didn't pay taxes. Now it's $24,000 for a family. A tremendous step forward, tax simplification and lightening the load for families. On the business side, job creation side, we used to have a 35% corporate income tax. It was the highest in the world, higher than communist China, which is at 25%, higher than Germany, 25%, higher than Britain, higher than Ireland, 12.5%. We had the highest, stupidest, most destructive corporate income tax in the world. We're used to thinking that we do something that's the best in the world, like going to the moon. This, we had the dumbest in the world, the highest corporate income tax in the world. Why did businesses leave the United States? More than 4,000 businesses were purchased by overseas companies or just moved. Why? Because under Obama, at a 35% rate, that same company was worth more in Belgium, worth more owned by somebody in Canada. That ended, and jobs and money have flown back into the United States. We had a worldwide tax system at 35%. Not only did American businesses get taxed for the business they do in America, understandable, but they also got taxed by America by business they did in France. First, France taxes you, then we would. If you tried to bring that earnings back to the United States, it got taxed. Companies were double taxed. The rest of the world didn't do that to their people. We stopped that. Trump stopped that. So trillions of dollars is now available to flow back into the United States, tax-free, cost-free, penalty-free. Much of it has, more of it will, and that's been the generation of the jobs and the low unemployment numbers that we saw as a result of the tax cut. Also, for small businesses that aren't incorporated, they're just a family business and it grows up and you pay your business taxes through your personal income tax rate, we took the rates for many of those businesses down effectively 20%. There's more to be done, but it was a huge, huge first step. Very, very important. One of the most painful taxes that Obama and Biden put on the American people was the tax, the penalty for not buying Obamacare. $695 for a family, $695 for one person, about $2,000 for a family of four. That was not to buy Obamacare, that was to punish you if you didn't buy Obamacare. The Trump and the Republicans took that to zero. So we no longer tax 5 million Americans, 3/4 of whom earned less than $50,000 a year. So these are middle, lower income American families whacked because they refused to buy Obamacare. It didn't make sense. It was too expensive, and they got nothing for it. That tax is gone. Bad news, Biden has said twice on television cameras that he would put that tax, that penalty, that fee back on 5 million or maybe more now Americans who don't buy Obamacare. The president kept his word. We got strong economic growth. The stock market went up. The value of your 401k, your individual retirement account, jumped 30, 40, 50, 60% because of the higher stock values, because of the lower taxes. Your life savings is worth more. If Biden gets elected, he's made a promise, and his promise is to wipe out all of those tax cuts we just discussed and bring us back to where your 401k or IRA will be worth much less than it is today. Good to be with you. Thank you.
This is Morton Blank.
Welcome back to Eagle Countdown, and just I guess an hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours from now, we'll have I can't do math. In a couple hours, we will honor Sidney Powell. And Sidney Powell, I got a text. She is on the ground in the swamp area. She's probably got to stomp out a few swamp monsters on the way to be with us, but she'll be with us later. She'll be getting the General Singlob Award that was originally, the first recipient was General Mike Flynn, and General Flynn just tweeted about the award tonight. So if you're joining in to watch this Great Eagle Countdown, we're pleased you're here. Lots of folks that are gathering. Our next guest is Mike Davis. Mike Davis has become a sort of go-to guy for us at the Eagle Forum Educational Legal Defense Fund on issues of the judiciary, as well as especially the Internet Accountability Project and what's happening with big tech. Mike Davis himself was a former chief counsel for Senator Grassley's Judiciary Committee, clerked for Justice Gorsuch, both maybe at the lower court as well as on the Supreme Court. So served in all three branches of government, which is a distinct thing, and even practiced law for a decade in Denver. So welcome, Mike. And before we get to, I think, the big tech question, John has been writing about the tech problem. I think we got a lot of ground to cover, and our folks want to know, what can we do about it? We set up this Eagle Countdown, Mike. We're talking about what are the promises kept by President Trump's administration. You know, a lot of talk, candidates run for office and all, but we're now 3.5 years in. I wrote a book about it called Top 100 Promises Kept. What's your favorite sort of promise kept of the Trump-Pence administration? What would you say that's the one I think is a favorite for me?
By far, it's President Trump's transformation of the federal judiciary with Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, soon to be a third justice. We're going to change the John Roberts Court, the 5-4 John Roberts Court, to the 6-3 Clarence Thomas Court. Huge transformation.
Wow.
There are a near all-time record number of federal circuit judges, 53, by President Trump. He has filled every circuit court vacancy. He has flipped the 2nd, 3rd, and 11th circuits from majority Democrat appointed to majority Republican appointed. Even on the 9th Circuit, the out-of-whack liberal 9th Circuit, the 29-seat circus, 9th Circus as people call it, when President Trump took office, there were 11 more Democrat appointees than Republicans. That is down to just 3. And when President Trump wins re-election, he is going to do the unthinkable for a Republican president, and that is flip the 9th Circuit along with every other circuit in this country.
Mike, you practice law now for 20 plus years. You've been involved. I mean, did anybody see it coming? I mean, is this partly because Obama left so many vacancies and then Trump's just gone fearlessly at it? I mean, why has it been, is it a perfect storm? Why has he been able to get so many?
Well, there are many reasons for this. Part of it was the Obama-Biden administration was so incompetent on filling judicial vacancies and left many to fill for a President Trump. You also have Harry Reid to thank. He's the one who nuked the filibuster, the 60-vote threshold for lower court nominees in 2013, so he can stack the D.C. Circuit with Obama-appointed liberals, and that paved the way for the near all-time record success that President Trump has had. I just want to point out one thing. I run the Article 3 project, which is pro-President Trump judicial nominees, and we have a feature called judiciarytracker.com, and if you go on there and look, President Trump is number 2 right now for 45 judges for the pace of his appointments of Article 3 judges, and number 2 also for circuit judges. The only reason he's number 2 is because Congress created 152 new judgeships during Jimmy Carter's presidency. Otherwise, President Trump would clearly be the number one president right now for the pace of his judicial appointments.
Remind our folks and me right now, what's that website?
Judiciarytracker.com. It's article3project.org, judiciarytracker.com.
Judiciarytracker.com. I've seen it. I've looked at that. It is a great resource. You can go look in. Now, John Schlafly's written about judges in his weekly column. And John, any thoughts on this promise kept?
Well, it's a wonderful job, and another reason, perhaps, and you can comment on this, Mark, but the political pundits say that the Republican base cares more about judges than the Democratic base does, and the Democrat political people have complained about this, that they can't get their base as energized about judges as the Republican base is, and that's one of the reasons why the president has been so successful in getting those vacancies filled.
Yep, I agree with you. And actually, I think that's a big reason why Vice President Biden won't put out his Supreme Court list, because I think the types of left-wing whack jobs who the Democrats would appoint to the Supreme Court would scare the heck out of the American voter. And so we just put out the Biden list today on Article 3 Project's website, article3project.org, featuring 12 potential Supreme Court picks by a Biden-Harris administration. And you go take a look at them and see what their records are, see what they say. They're pretty nutty stuff.
And is one of them Stacey Abrams? I hear
she's one of them. She's one of them.
Is she talking about that? She wanted to be vice president.
No, well, she's a candidate for appointment. I mean, she's a graduate of the Yale Law School, and she is considered to be a candidate.
Go to article3project.org, and she is featured prominently on our website.
All right, Mike Davis. Now, before we get to, I want to talk to you about the big tech, because people are listening. But I want to ask this as a double question. One is, what's going to happen in the next 42 days? Will there be not only a nominee and then hearings and votes? And then what can our folks that are watching do? Right. The second part of our gathering is, okay, what can you do? You know, what are the promises kept? Okay, you can tell your neighbors about all these judges and go to judiciarytracker.com. You'll have the more details. But then what can people do? What do you recommend that they do? But first, what's going to happen here? Are we going to get a vote? Are we going to get a nominee?
We will certainly have a hearing before the election, and the issue will be whether there are enough votes to have the confirmation vote before the election. I am pretty confident that we will have those votes. Senator McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, has to thread the needle there. He threaded the needle for the Kavanaugh fight, and I have no doubt he will thread the needle again, and we will get the sixth Republican appointment to the Supreme Court.
Okay, and what can people do? What do you recommend that they do right now?
So I run a 501c4, so I can't do electioneering stuff, but
Sure.
What I can tell people is this is a more than once in more than a lifetime chance to put a true conservative majority on the Supreme Court, and a true conservative majority on the Supreme Court requires that President Trump is President Trump, and we have a Republican-controlled Senate. And that is critically important. All these other issues are noise. This is the issue that unites and focuses the Republican Party, brings in independents, and brings in even right-thinking Democrats. We won in 2016 in big part over a Supreme Court fight. Republicans won in 2018, picked off 4 incumbents, Democrat incumbents over a Supreme Court fight. Republicans will win again this election over a Supreme Court fight.
Mike Davis, one of the hats he wears is he's the head of the Internet Accountability Project, theiap.org. Mike, we heard from Senator Grassley. He uses Twitter prolifically. The president does. Conservatives know, you don't have to explain to them that the big tech is throttling us back at the very best. It's throttling us back at the worst, and more likely they're censoring conservatives. What are the possibilities to do with this? You know, there is no consensus. There's not going to be, we might lose the election or lose half a dozen congressmen or a senator or two. You don't have to find ballots in Al Franken's car or his campaign manager's car. You can just have big tech or the postal service. We go to that. But what can we do about the big tech thing? And where's the consensus to stand up and do it?
So I run both the Article 3 project, which fights for President Trump's judicial nominees, and the Internet Accountability Project, which fights big tech. What Republicans need to do is call their Republican members of the House and call their Republican members of the Senate and tell them 3 things. We cannot have antitrust amnesty in this country. We have antitrust laws that have been on the books for over 100 years. Sherman Section 2 has been on the books for 100 years. There is not a more clear-cut case of an antitrust, of a monopolist using its monopoly power to hurt small businesses and hurt conservatives than Google. Amazon and Facebook are close seconds. We need to have our Justice Department's Antitrust Division and our FTC, the two federal law enforcement agencies that enforce our antitrust laws, do their jobs and enforce the laws that have been on the books for a century. We don't need new regulations. We don't need new laws. They need to enforce Section 2 of the Sherman Act. The other thing that we need to do is we need to upgrade Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996. Congress passed this liability shield for America Online and other internet service providers back in 1996 because they were afraid that publishers would wipe these America Online startups on the map. Fast forward 24 years, and these big tech babies have turned into big tech monopolists and bullies, and they are 24-year-olds that need to leave Uncle Sam's basement. Right? We have been coddling them for too long. We have Google, which is a $1 trillion company. I believe Amazon's a $1 trillion company. Facebook is a huge company. We don't need to give them Section 230 handouts anymore. We need to upgrade Section 230 to make sure we're not giving them handouts so they can use that immunity shield to target conservatives and small businesses.
John?
Mike, I like everything you say. Now, there are two objections that I hear from conservatives about why we can't do something about this problem that we face in the industry. One is that the price that consumers pay for these services is zero. And if you believe in, consumer welfare, I mean, how can you get below zero in terms of the price? And so the second issue that I hear is the network effect. The reason these companies are so large is because everyone wants to be where everyone else is. And if you break up companies into multiple providers, people are not on the same service anymore. Now, how do you deal with these two questions with traditional antitrust tools?
So I would ask you this, if these services are free, how did Google become one of the biggest corporations in the world and have multiple billionaire bosses? How did Facebook become so big and have multiple billionaire bosses? How did Amazon become so big and have multiple billionaire bosses? How do they make so much money off of free? And the issue is it's not free. You may not be paying a monthly fee to be on Google or Amazon. Actually, you do pay for Amazon Prime, but to use Amazon or to use Facebook. But that's not how the market works. They are not selling you a service. They're selling you. They're gathering as much information as they can about you. They're tracking your location. They're tracking your internet searches. They're tracking everything they can about you, including your medical records, and they are selling you to the highest bidder. So it's not free at all. You're selling very, very valuable information, everything that they can find out about you. And so, again, look at what the so-called free Gmail is or free Google search is. It's not free.
Good enough, John? Here you go.
And what about the network effect? That once the company becomes dominant, whether it's Facebook or any of the others, that's where everyone wants to go. And there once was, as you know, a social network which was bigger than Facebook, and it's now disappeared because everyone wants to be with the big company.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Big is not bad, and actually, as you know, under our antitrust laws, you can be a monopoly. You just can't use your monopoly power to harm competition. You cannot use your monopoly power to harm the competitive market, and that is Section 2 of the Sherman Act. You can't do things to exclude competition. You can't do things to harm competition. If you're a monopoly, you have to play with kid gloves in the market, and they're not doing that, and the antitrust law enforcers need to enforce the century-old antitrust laws that have been on the books.
Mike, when Senator Grassley was here a few minutes ago, he said there's not consensus in the Senate. I think he said there's, as he said this way, bipartisan consensus to not do much or anything, and bipartisan consensus to do something. What breaks that up? And let me ask it differently. Donald Trump has been very effective as president at getting the moving legislators in the direction that he's America First on judges. Is his administration going to help break that?
Oh, he has been. He's the Trump administration has been great on big tech. The House antitrust subcommittee just held a hearing I guess it would have been last month, and they're putting together a bipartisan report right now. It would not have been bipartisan if Trump did not tweet and say, hey, Republicans, quit shilling for Google, get on board here. And then the Senate Judiciary Committee, the Senate Antitrust Subcommittee led by Senator Mike Lee, is seeing the light when it comes to Google and their bad acts. They just held a hearing. There is bipartisan support. Once they put out their reports, these antitrust law enforcers at the FTC and the Antitrust Division that are finally waking up from their decade-long slumber, they're going to start enforcing the laws and holding Google and Facebook and others to account.
Very good. Anything else, John?
Well,
Hold on, here we go.
I think the decade-long slumber about these tech industry perhaps can be compared to the 30-year slumber about China.
Yeah.
And China is another, in effect, monopolistic entity that we're facing in our country, and more people are waking up to, the survival of, freedom in America depends on pushing back on these powerful forces which are controlling so much of our lives.
So yeah, I would say that President Trump has clearly demonstrated that he's willing to take on China, whereas Vice President Biden, whose son Hunter is on the Chinese payroll, will bow very low to the Maoist in China.
There you have it, John.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Mike Davis, thank you again. Judiciarytracker.com is very useful to understand. And what's the Article 3 project?
Article3project.org.
Article 3.
Number three project.
Article number 3 project.org to see the Biden list. Mike Davis is breaking the news. And then also theiap.org is a very useful site too. Thanks, Mike, for everything. Thank you for your friendship, for all our work, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you for what you guys do. It's very important.
Well, thank you. All right, everybody, we're gonna go to one more. I think we're gonna do one more promise kept in a moment because next up is Roger Stone, and I did just see that General Mike Flynn just tweeted about our honoring Sidney Powell. I think he's tweeted 3 times in about a year, so I expect we'll get some attention. If you're watching because of his tweet, thank you and welcome. Sidney Powell will be getting the General Singlob Award in a few hours. We'll be giving that to her here during the Eagle Countdown. Of course, Eagle Countdown, if you go to eaglecountdown.com, I want to invite you, right at the bottom of the main screen is a button, Be an Eagle. And you can click on that. And the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, it's an organization. We have membership. People join up. You'll see that you get, the benefits you get are lots of things like John's weekly column and the Phyllis Schlafly Report, a daily email on what you need to know. But also we get a community of people that have resources like Mike Davis here, but also back in Iowa, Tammy Cobes is one of our leaders. We ask you to take a look and become an Eagle, be an Eagle, the button right in the middle of eaglecountdown.com. And we'll take a quick break. We'll watch one of these promises kept. We'll get Mike Davis off stage. He enjoys, there's protesters outside protesting for against McConnell, I guess, trying to say don't. So Mike enjoys protesters. We'll see. But and then we'll talk with Roger Stone. So we'll take a quick break. Be right back.
This is Morton Blackwell, president of the Leadership Institute. My very favorite promise that President Trump kept was his promise to defeat Hillary Clinton. A close second would be his promise to appoint conservative federal judges.
My favorite Trump promise kept is the attack on globalism, and in particular Trump's work on curtailing the powers and the influence of the United Nations. Now, most recently, the attack on the World Health Organization, which President Trump quite properly exposed as basically an organ of the Communist Party of China. That was good, but there's been a lot more. One of the early things he did in his administration was to announce that we would be withdrawing from the UN Paris Agreement that would have destroyed America's economy while building up communist China's and doing absolutely nothing for the environment. Another big blow to globalism was Trump's decision to withdraw from the UN Human Rights Council, which is a total mockery of human rights and human decency. This disgusting organization includes as its members mass murdering dictatorships. In fact, some of the worst and most brutal dictators on planet Earth, despite the treaties creating it, mandating that only governments that respect human rights be allowed to sit on it. So terrible from top to bottom. We also have that President Trump got us out of was UNESCO, the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Now, this is the UN agency that is being groomed to serve as kind of a global education board or ministry, if you will, and it's incredibly dangerous. It's been run by communists and totalitarians on multiple occasions. President Ronald Reagan got us out of this abomination, and thankfully so did President Donald Trump. Huge, huge deal. Very little reported by the media, but extremely important. Now, we also had President Trump block the UN Migration Compact, which would have been a UN agreement that they were working on, that they were hoping would basically open up the borders all over the world, in particular for mass immigration coming into the United States and other Western nations. This compact would have defined migration as a human right, and President Trump quite properly pointed out that nope, control of our borders is a sovereign function of the nation state. We're not going to be delegating these powers to the United Nations. And after Trump showed leadership in this area, we had numerous other governments around the world, Hungary, Croatia, Poland, even some of the Western European governments, Chile, Australia, and we just had this kind of domino effect of countries withdrawing from this agreement. So that was wonderful that President Trump did. Hopefully in his second term he'll be able to continue this incredible track record. And even just by shifting the Overton window over a little bit, now we're having discussions about what UN agencies should we withdraw from, what UN treaties should we get out of. This is the discussion we ought to be having, right? The UN is a dictator's club. It is trying to assume more and more power. Another great thing that President Trump and his administration did on this front was slap sanctions on the International Criminal Court, which is a kangaroo court. It is a disgrace. It is a joke, and the United States has never ratified the Rome treaties underpinning this monstrosity, and yet here it is trying to come after Americans. So we need a whole lot more of this in the second term, and I think all Americans should be very pleased with what's happened. The United States of America doesn't need to be taking instructions from the United Nations. They should have absolutely no say in what goes on here in the United States, and thanks to President Trump, they have a whole lot less sway than they did 4 years ago. I'm Alex Newman with the Liberty Sentinel. Thank you for watching, and God bless.
Hi, I'm Arizona Congresswoman Debbie Lesko. My favorite Trump promise kept is when President Trump said he was going to grow the economy and bring jobs back to America. And he sure did do it. Wow, we had the greatest economy ever going before coronavirus hit, and he's the only candidate that can bring us back there. I mean, we had record unemployment before coronavirus, and now it's zooming right back up. Thank you, President Trump, for doing that. He's also kept his promises to be pro-life, to be pro-school choice, and to secure the border. And coming from Arizona, that means a lot. In fact, I went down with President Trump to Yuma, Arizona, where we commemorated by signing a plaque in Yuma, Arizona, the completion of 200 miles of new border fence. He said he would protect us. He said he would support law enforcement, and he is. He's a man that follows through. Thank you, President Trump, and I encourage all of you to vote for President Trump. Let's keep America strong. Thank you, and God bless you.
I'm Janet Porter, President and founder of Faith to Action, with a report about promises kept. Promises kept by President Donald Trump. He has made pro-life promises, and he's kept them. The other day I saw a Facebook post that said, well, the president said he'd defund Planned Parenthood. How come he hasn't done it in the last 4 years? Primarily because it's Congress that holds the purse strings. But I'll tell you what, the thing I love about Donald Trump is he will break through the establishment and do what needs to be done. And that's what he did with defunding Planned Parenthood through the Title X regulations. He said, you know what, if you want $60 million, you need to separate your legitimate health care from your baby killing. And you know what? Planned Parenthood said no. Why did they turn down $60 million in federal funds? It's because their legitimate health care is nothing more than a smokescreen to cover up what they really do, and that is kill babies. And so we need to defund Planned Parenthood, and yet a Republican House, a Republican Senate did not do it, which is why we need to make sure that those we elect will actually keep their promise. If we want to talk about racism, the biggest racist in America is Planned Parenthood. Let me read you what their founder says. I wrote about it in my Heartbeat Bill book, A Heartbeat Away, and this is what the founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, said. We don't want the word to get out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. That's what the founder of Planned Parenthood said, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I wrote, there's a quote in here from Catherine Davis of the Restoration Project, and she spelled it out clearly. Planned Parenthood made good on their racist plans. They have exterminated 20 million black lives in America, more than the entire black population in 1960. That's what's happened. And if black lives really matter, then we'll close down Planned Parenthood and every abortion mill in America. But the reason I dedicated my book to President Trump, this is what he said as the only president to speak at the Right to Life March. He said, unborn children have never had a stronger defender in the White House, and that is true. They are coming after me because I am fighting for you, and we are fighting for those who have no voice. And we will win because we know how to win. And I would submit to the president that the Heartbeat Bill is the way to win. But if the Biden-Harris ticket is elected, they will wipe out every heartbeat bill in America. Why? Well, Kamala Harris said, well, I'm going to make them, anybody that passes a pro-life law, when she was running for president, said they'll have to run it by my Department of Justice to make sure it complies to Roe versus Wade. Absolutely unconstitutional, but it shows you the fervency with which they want to kill babies. And that's really what it's at. That's really what's at the heart. This is not a personality test. This is not American Idol. This is a policy decision that we make. And unborn babies cannot be the victims of your personal preference, because the choice we have this election are pro-life promises kept by Donald Trump, with more to come, more judges to come, as he's filled courts with pro-life judges. By the way, he's not like other guys, other presidential candidates that play games. Oh, we'll put in a constitutional conservatives and someone will interpret. He flat out said, we're putting pro-lifers on the court. That is my litmus test. That's the choice. Life throughout the court, through the judges, through the policy with President Trump, or the most rabidly pro-abortion policy of a Biden-Harris ticket, not only wiping out every pro-life law throughout the country, but making sure that we, the taxpayer, foot the bill, pay for killing children until their first gasp of breath at birth. So the choice is life or death. And I would encourage you not to hold someone's personality or their past in such a high regard that unborn children pay for it with their lives.
My favorite Trump.
Welcome back. It's Eagle Countdown. Sorry, we got our we're getting Roger Stone on Skype. It's a lot of technology today. So welcome back. And also we're being inundated, I hope, by lots of you all on Eagle Countdown. General Flynn just tweeted the news that we're going to honor the great Sidney Powell, and so we're getting lots of attention. Of course, Eagle Countdown is available on YouTube as well as Facebook Live, on Twitter. And if you want to send us questions, any of those places, within any of those platforms, send us questions. They'll get put into our system, and we answer those questions on here. And so let me make sure I mentioned earlier, EagleCountdown.com. Go right in the center. It says Be an Eagle. We invite people who want to be Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. I was up in Philadelphia 10 days ago with one of our Pennsylvania leaders, Stan Casacio, who is right outside of Philly. Must have had 100 people show up on 48 hours notice to talk to General Mike Flynn's brother, Joe Flynn, someone from the Trump campaign, concerned about the direction of Philadelphia. First of all, let me welcome Stan Casacio. Just came in from Philly by the train here. And Stan, before we get to, I want to not forget to ask you, Trump had all these promises he made when he ran, right? And I wrote a whole book about promises kept. 100 promises kept, judges, regulatory. What's your favorite promise kept by Donald Trump?
I think the favorite promise kept was eliminating all these regulations, which were just killing business. And people don't realize these non-elected people who put these regulations in and they get passed are really like nothing more than a tax increase, and because they restrict you from doing business in a realistic way. So all those regulations that he has done is probably the biggest one of the biggest factors to me that has improved the economy, by leaps and bounds.
Stan is a businessman too up in Philadelphia. He leads our Philly Eagles up there, and so that's one of you would know that part of it. What's happening in Pennsylvania in terms of appreciation for Trump? Also, is Philly? How bad is the cheating going to be? What's your sense?
Well, let me put it this way. I tell this story, and I think I told you this story about the old guy in Philadelphia who went to vote.
Yeah.
And he was talking to the judge of election, and he said, "Did my wife vote yet?" And the guy said, "Hold on a minute, let me go check." And he says, "What's her name?" And so he goes back and checks and comes back to him a couple minutes later. "Yeah, she voted earlier." He said, "Doggone, I missed her again, but she's been dead for 6 years. I wanted to see her one more time." But that's Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Look, the Democrats wrote the book on cheating in elections. From Tammany Hall in New York in the 1790s when elections started happening, to Mayor Richard Daley, our famous Richard Daley,
right,
who basically said in the Kennedy-Nixon election, if you remember, Illinois was out really late, and he basically said, "How many votes did you need?" And all of a sudden they showed up in Illinois.
Right.
So the Democrats do a very good job. They love to blame you for everything that they're actually doing.
Stan Casacio is one of our Pennsylvania leaders of our Philly Eagles. All across the country, we have folks that are interested, that are active at the local level. And if you want to be involved, I mentioned you can go to eaglecountdown.com. Right in the center is a button, Be an Eagle. The connection of folks, we've got folks at every level working in state houses and municipalities, working on school boards. We got a report last week from one of our Eagle leaders out in Oregon working in the school board on the issues that are happening there. So lots to do. Stan, what about Pennsylvania? There's a lot of talk about the Democrats in Pennsylvania being open to Trump in 2016, and are you seeing a shift?
If you remember at the gathering that we had over 175 people there in less than a 24-hour notice.
Yeah, amazing.
But they came from all over Pennsylvania. They came up from Scranton all over down, so pretty much up and down the East Coast. We had those couple of union guys there.
Yes,
that's
right. The
union guys said, "Hey, we don't care what the bosses tell us. We're voting for Trump,
right? Because
he's been able to create the jobs for us." And then the one guy says, "By the way, I think our bosses are voting for Trump too, but they just don't want to tell us."
All right, hey guys, I think we got it figured out. Do we have it figured out, guys? There we go. Roger Stone, everybody. I got to tell you, in 2016, thank you, Stan. We'll talk more.
Sure.
In 2016, there's Roger. Look, he's en route. He's a free man, and he's en route somewhere. He's probably, look how rested you look, Roger. You're not as worried. But in 2016, I think I didn't meet Roger until Cleveland, but I talked to him on the phone every couple of months and a couple of weeks, for months on end, about the election, about what was going on, and we've stayed in touch. And Roger, I wanted you to come to this Eagle Countdown all across the country. Our Eagle leaders and others are paying attention. General Flynn just tweeted about this event. We're going to honor Sidney Powell later on tonight here in the Phyllis Schlafly Center. Roger, first of all, tell our folks how you're feeling right now, what your sense is for yourself. Forget about elections and campaigns. How's Roger Stone doing?
Well, I'm doing fine. It is kind of ironic that the fellow Neil Cattell, who is heading the Biden election day theft operation, has opined for Atlantic Magazine that if Joe Biden wins, we have to try Roger Stone again, which of course is not only unconstitutional, but there are no crimes to try me for.
Right.
The left never gives up. Now we have a Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General investigation into my sentencing, which frankly I welcome, because if it's an honest investigation, it'll simply prove the corruption of the Mueller investigation and those who tried to send me to my death in a COVID-infested prison, contrary to the law, contrary to all legal precedents, contrary to DOJ and the Bureau of Prisons' own regulations, despite my age at 67 and my general health. So I just thank God every day that we have a courageous president. And it is absolutely true, Ed, that I am living proof that prayer works.
Yeah.
I'm living the power of the Almighty.
Well, and Roger, I want to tell you a quick story. I don't know if I didn't tell you. I was going to text you about this. I was on the street in Washington, D.C., and I walked into Michael Caputo, who I'd never met, but I recognized. And I said, hey, I'm a friend of Roger Stone. I just appreciate what you're doing, Michael. And I thought afterwards, the number of people whose lives have been really devastated by the nastiness of this environment. You know, they used to criticize you dramatically. They'd say Roger Stone is a tough political operative. But the media plus the left has really, I mean, Michael Caputo is about as nice a guy as you can meet. And he's just been on the ropes because of the media and because of the targeted. I mean, I just wanted you to know how we had a great conversation. I encouraged him like we've talked about. But Roger, how bad is what this media and the left doing to the American people? I mean, I know you felt it, but it's not just you and Flynn. You're the most famous. It's all these other folks who have been chewed up by the grinder of the American media apparatus.
Well, it's not just that the corporate news media and their Democratic allies attack you, but at the same time, Ed, they are censoring conservatives, Christians, libertarians, Republicans, anyone who is a Trump supporter on social media. So that gives you no platform for which to straighten out the record, no platform to fire back, which I've always been fairly adept at. So they smear you, but there's no place you can go to post the counter narrative. It's very concerning. I think it's going to be, this internet censorship is going to be a factor in the election. I wish that the Justice Department had taken earlier steps because I do think this is in violation of the antitrust laws. I think it is it's monopolistic behavior. I do think there are real legal vulnerabilities there, but the election's upon us, and we still have wholesale censorship, shadow banning, and other tricks to limit the reach of conservatives and Republicans.
Roger, I want to, at this Eagle Countdown, we have all these different guests. We had Senator Grassley earlier, Jack Posobiec will be on later, Sidney Powell. And one of the common things we ask our folks as they come in is, promises kept. I did a whole book that just came out on promises kept. Donald Trump ran on this. He delivered that. And I ask each of our guests, what's your favorite, what's your most noteworthy promise kept that the Trump administration lived up to when they came, when Trump was running and he kept his promise? What's your favorite promise kept, Roger?
Well, it's kind of ironic because, as you know, I have wanted Donald Trump to run for president since 1988. I wanted him to run in 2000. I wanted him to run in 2012. I thank God that he ran in 2016 to save this country. But in the beginning, Ed, this is almost hard to believe now. People said, well, maybe he's really not a conservative. I mean, he's from New York. As a businessman, he had given to both parties and candidates in both parties. I think his Supreme Court nominations and his judicial nominations overall demonstrate that he not only is a conservative, but he has already left a lasting impact on our court system, and that's just in the first term. So I'm confident that he is going to appoint a solid conservative to the Supreme Court vacancy of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I hope that conservative will have no association with the Bush family, because what we don't need is another John Roberts or David Souter. We need somebody who is a solid, real, fire-breathing conservative. I wouldn't mind somebody with a few libertarian tendencies, but no Bush Republicans. Thank you.
We're talking with Roger Stone. Roger, the other question I ask everybody for Eagle Countdown is, okay, we're 42 days out from the election. The title we use for this is Eagle Countdown, America on the Brink. We're on the brink of either a second term of Donald Trump, which I think is a kind of golden age. There's lots of opportunities. There's lots of interesting things. Or we're on the brink of whatever it would be, this sort of darkness. But between now and Election Day, we've got the problem of elections, voter fraud, mail-in ballots. We got the problem you put your finger on is the big tech. It feels like we're up against all the odds again. What should people do? What can they do? What do you recommend our Eagles and folks watching? What should they be doing for 42 days?
Well, first of all, Ed, I think our greatest enemy is overconfidence. I know many Trump supporters told me this weekend, it's going to be a landslide. It's going to be a cakewalk. This is easy. No, none of those things are true. This is going to be skin tight. I think the president is slightly behind in most of the swing states, but he's not so far behind that he can't gain quickly. I do think the momentum is with the president. I think we are gaining. I think the violence in the cities has backfired badly on the Democrats. And for anybody who doesn't think that that is connected to the Biden-Harris campaign, go to Antifa as if you were going to give it a contribution. Takes you right to the Biden-Harris website and the same credit card processor. So the Antifa BLM folks, those are the top troops of the Democratic Party. Those are the thugs that they intend to try to impose their false election narrative on. I think every single listener, every single supporter of the president needs to ensure that everyone's, your family, your acquaintances, gets out to vote. Those who are uncertain need to be talked to, as Abraham Lincoln used to say, by people in whom they have confidence. But every single vote will count, Ed. This will not be any kind of landslide.
All right. Thank you very much, Roger. We appreciate you. I'm glad we could connect. Thanks for making time, and we'll be in touch.
Great to be here.
And we're glad that you're where you are and that you're safe. And God bless you. And we'll talk. We'll talk again soon. So Roger Stone, everybody, and
thank you.
We need his
Thank
voice
you,
more and more. So we're glad he was on here with us in the next 42 days. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll swap things out. We've got another guest coming up. A very interesting conversation. I'm not sure, Ryan. Am I able to get back with Stan now for a minute? We got Stan back. Okay, good. So Stan, I just got an email while we're talking, multitasking, about from Pennsylvania. Trump supporters want to get involved. My point here is the whole world seems to be revolving around Pennsylvania, right? What do Pennsylvanians think about a Supreme Court vacancy? Fill the seat?
Fill the seat. That's one of the things that attracted people in Pennsylvania. We've got a lot of hardworking people there, and they're all fighters. My father came over from Italy, and so they like a fighter. That's what they always liked about Trump. I mean, besides promises kept, promises made, he doesn't take any in the background. But talking to Roger there, one of the things that we're fighting about is this two-tier system of justice. That there's one for the Democrats, which basically no one seems to ever get in any trouble no matter what they do, and then there's one for everybody else.
Right.
And guys like Roger, I can't believe what they did to that man. I really can't.
Well, and I think what you saw is what I was at the Atlantic. They said we'll as soon as we get in, we'll do it again. We'll go again. I mean, I think somehow the system broke down in terms of their willingness to not even hide their real intention.
Well, this is no longer the party of Jack Kennedy. Or even Scoop Jackson or Hubert Humphrey. I mean, there was some integrity there. This party is run by a bunch of leftist Democrats, and we don't have to really. It's not hard to predict the future if these people got in, because we've seen these type of governments before that have taken over, and it doesn't end well for the people at all.
It is so. Pennsylvania, though, has gone back and forth, right? It went for Trump, but then it got a pretty bad sweep.
Here's the key thing for everybody to look at on election night is how many votes come out of Philadelphia. And it depends on how many ballots they stuff. But if you remember, I think Hillary came out with she got about 500,000 votes, which as soon as that came out, I knew Trump had won Pennsylvania. Because between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, you're talking about Trump territory. You drive in some of these small communities, you see a sea of flags up there. It's like Trump going. So what's going to happen is you have to keep an eye on Philadelphia. Philadelphia controls the whole thing. And that's why these mail-in ballots are going to be a crazy thing. And we're looking for a lot of volunteers to keep an eye on these ballots. Now, it's my hope that the Pennsylvania legislature, which is still controlled by the Republicans, does something about it, gets their back up and says, hold on, Supreme Court, you're not telling us how to vote. As a matter of fact, I'm still upset that they did the redistricting, and they should have impeached those judges, because that's against the Pennsylvania Constitution. It's crazy what's going on.
Well, I mean, that's the one thing. Yesterday on the first of our Eagle Countdown, we had David Horowitz on and other speakers, and one thing people were saying is, taking the fight. The president would teach people. This president teach people to take the fight to them and take the steps. Whether it's filling a nomination for the Supreme Court or telling the truth about people. I guess that's the question where you wonder. The economy in Pennsylvania. How's the economy?
The economy has been great in Pennsylvania, mainly because of the deregulation of stuff and the fracking and other things. The economy's been really, really great. But here's something else I want to bring everybody's attention to. and you've got to meet some of these candidates. This year in the Philadelphia, Berks County, Montgomery County, Chester County,
collars around Philly,
I must tell you, we have some of the greatest candidates I've ever seen in all my years, and I've been standing on polls. I had a hard hat for Nixon back in '68.
Wow.
So, but these are the best group of candidates. And you've got to meet Kathy Barnett.
Kathy Barnett, yeah, she's amazing.
Who is, by the way, a Fox News contributor.
Yep.
She's written a book, which basically nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Yep.
And a great common sense conservative who homeschools, who has a great story. She was born on a pig farm in Alabama. Didn't even know anything about prejudice or racism.
Right. Army, right? She went in the Army?
She was in the Army 10 years, did that. She's in finance, everything else. But the interesting thing about her is her mother was raped when she was 12 years old. And I've got to meet her mother. What a wonderful person. Her mother was raped when she was 12, and they wanted her to have an abortion. And she chose not to have that abortion. And Kathy is the product of that abortion. So Kathy, for very selfish reasons, is pro-life.
Yeah,
is pro-life.
that's great.
For all the reasons. But Pennsylvania, I think we have a great chance to win it. What I'm concerned about is what happens in Philadelphia. The corruption in Philadelphia is unbelievable what goes on there.
Mm-hmm.
And that old guy, that story I told you about the old guy, that happens all the time. In fact, I think in the last election, they actually had more votes were cast in this one district than they actually had voters registered and actually people living there.
Okay.
So you know what's going on.
Yeah. Are we ready to go to the is Shelby? Well, Shelby Boswell was going to introduce him. Is she there? Maybe is that Shelby? Yeah, let's talk to Shelby. Shelby, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Shelby? Oh, let's see. Shelby, can you hear me now? I don't want to talk to Pete Sessions.
Yes, I can hear you.
I want to talk to Shelby first. Welcome. There's Shelby Boswell and Congressman Pete Sessions. Let me first set this up and say I know Shelby Boswell was texting me. They're in a storm down there, so we may or may not keep the connection. But this is a twofer right now because Shelby Boswell graduated from Baylor University last spring, and about a year and a half ago, she got on the radar screen of the great Helen Marie Taylor, our chairman of our board of Eagle Forum Educational Legal Defense Fund. And Helen Marie said, I've got this young woman. She's really smart and talented, and so you got to bring her up to Eagle Council. And she came up to the gathering, actually, and she became a part of our organization, helping us on the ground. And then Pete Sessions started running for Congress and needed a good staffer, and she went on Pete Sessions' staff, and now he's swallowed her up. So first of all, for all those young people that are volunteering, she was the head of the College Republicans at Baylor and a great student, but also was active in campaigns at the state rep level and got to know folks and became, as we always say to our Eagles, if you're valuable, if you're credible, if you're someone who brings value, people want you to help their efforts. So Shelby, welcome and introduce our esteemed guest. But thank you for coming and thank you for all you do for our work.
Thank you, Ed. So this is Pete Sessions. He was in Congress for 22 years representing the Dallas area. He came down to Waco to represent his home district, his hometown. He has a 100% pro-life record with National Right to Life, as well as an A+ rating with the National Rifle Association. He represents conservative values, and he'll bring that to Congress. So here's Pete.
All right. Hey, Pete, well, welcome.
Ed, how are you?
I'm doing good. Let me do another piece of the introduction. When there was a young guy running for Congress in 2010, nobody thought he had a chance. And Pete Sessions was then the chairman of the NRCC. And he came out not once, not twice, but 3 times to help me run for Congress. And I was as right-wing Tea Party as anybody. Every time he came to town, he waded in and helped. And we almost won that race, Pete. But Pete Sessions was in Congress for 11 terms. In the wave of 18, he lost his seat, but his hometown as a boy is over in Waco, and he's running. He's going to win this race. So welcome, Pete, first of all, and thanks for everything you do for a lot of folks. But tell me, what's the number one? We've been doing this to everybody in our. What's the number one Trump-Pence administration promise kept? When you say these guys actually did what they said, what's your favorite one of those?
Well, my favorite one really, Ed, if everybody knows, he's in America great again. He's making us relevant, not only around the world. He is showing the American people that they needed a cheerleader for them, someone that would not just be for everybody, but would be for America and would make sure that American values, Americans' excellence, the opportunity to sell America to the world. You know, Ed, when America is great, the world is better. And the world needs America to lead the way. And likewise, America needs to stand behind our allies and our friends. And if we lead in such a way that builds value of jobs, of opportunity, of the ability for other nations to have a voice, then Donald Trump will have lived up to America again. It does not mean make America great and others do poorly. It means make America great and the rest of the world does well. So I used to be head of the Turkish caucus. I've traveled around the world. I've seen other countries. I've watched what happened when Barack Obama did what he did, and that was not just to incite socialism, but really to dismantle the things that made other countries great and make America second place and be just like some of the boys. And that is not my idea nor President Trump's idea about how to make America and the world greater also. So those are my favorite stories.
Yeah, we're talking with Pete Sessions, and Pete Sessions down in Waco, where our chairman Helen Marie Taylor is originally from, and there's the Helen Marie Taylor Museum of Waco History, which is great, and I want to make sure to plug that so Helen Marie knows I said that. But hey, Pete Sessions, you've also been around a lot of campaigns. You helped a lot of candidates. We're 42 days from the election. It feels like we got an election fraud problem in some states. We're mail-in ballots. We've got big tech trying to put their thumb on the scale. We've got media going crazy. Where are we in an election cycle? What should people that are watching, what should they do in their home districts and all? What do you tell people, kind of where we're at and where we're going and what people can do?
Well, what I would say to you is that the real threat from the other side is there. This is not something that we speak about lightly and hope it won't happen. It is unfortunately a part of the political game today, and it's because there's a lot to be won and lost right now. Not only is it time for redistricting in all these states, but it's also time to pick a new Supreme Court justice. It's a time when the president is literally running economically, free enterprise system, running away with new jobs and prosperity for America. The stock market until the last 4 days was at the highest point it's ever been. It is the embodiment of the free enterprise system on steroids, and that is what the Donald Trump administration, that is what Republicans in the House and the Senate have done with our agenda. And so you need to be aware that places that have Democratic governors, places that have Democratic rule, they literally are mailing out millions of ballots to every single person who's in their voter rolls. And this is unheard of because normally it should be requested. But the bottom line is that it is up to a state to establish their own voting rules. And there are federal rules, no question about it. But it is hard in a state for someone to walk in and apply a standard that they want when a state has its own rules. So it's real. My recommendation would be if you have the possibility of going directly to the polls yourself, I would do that. If you do not think you can, then you should have requested a mail-in ballot. Mail-in ballots may be requested now, but also until October 5th in Texas, maybe in other states, you can also register to vote. We need every single conservative, pro-life voter, pro-constitutional voter pro-freedom voter to go make sure that they register their vote and then take care of their parents that are in these nursing homes and make sure their parents get a ballot and that you take it to them and you fill it out and certify that for them. Don't leave that up to someone else. So we're going to have to go the extra mile, the extra steps to know that that's what the other side is doing, will do, and we know that. So let's do the right thing.
One more question. We're talking with Pete Sessions and Shelby Boswell, his right hand there on the screen, one of our Eagles, and we're so proud of her. But Congressman, the House doesn't have a role in confirming judicial nominations, of course, but it obviously when it's 42 days before an election and we have this situation with a vacancy, transforming the Supreme Court, obviously a huge deal, but also transforming the election. You know, everybody that's ever run an election, the late Phyllis Schlafly used to say one of the best things she ever did was run for Congress twice and lose, because you know how campaigns work and you know how candidates react to things, and you can have the best laid plans, and then 45 days before the election, Ruth Bader Ginsburg dies, and all you're talking about and thinking about is this confirmation. But how does it fit in for grassroots in terms of what's at stake? Is it the pro-life issue that motivates people? Is it the direction of the court? How do you tell voters to come up and say, you know, what do our conservatives, what do we think about it and talk about it, and what do you think will happen?
Well, I think, first of all, let me say this. I think that the president has effectively said and should say that he will find the best available person in the United States who would be with the confidence American people have to take on this daunting task. You and I know that the confirmation process has always been, for my life, a mess. It is where every single part of your life, whether you liked it or not, and every one of your beliefs, said and unsaid, come into play, and it's the height of hardball politics. The president should say he is going to get, before he names this person, and I think he will, the best available person who would represent all of America, who has the resiliency to understand the law and applying that law fairly, and an intellect that comes with that to understand the intricate process and also understand the constitutional value. Our Supreme Court justices are expected to have many of these same qualities and then rise and grow in the job over years of tackling difficult issues and making sure what is tackled is wisely done. I think the president does know, and as we look at this, that this might be to a single issue, but I don't believe that's right. I believe that it will be about business issues. It will be about intellectual property issues. I think a lot of business issues are decided by the court. Social issues, political issues, issues among states, and of course, every one of these judges then will serve as the lead for their circuit courts and make decisions about them. And so they need to represent what I believe is, and if it is the judge that we think that graduated from the schools that is in the Midwest, she actually would probably represent Indiana and Illinois and Wisconsin, and would be, in essence, the lead judge for that area of the country. And I think it's so important to match up a person who would be of that content. It's a very important part of our country: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and that makes up that region of the country. Now, is this going to be seen as just an abortion vote? No, I doubt it. It will also be lots of key questions about Obamacare. But the biggest one will be someone who has the intellectual capacity to understand the selection of a president of the United States also. Because we have had in our past the Supreme Court that's had to take on this task of looking at what states have done and how was concluded, and asking key questions, and I just think they're very important. So it's my hope that whoever this person is that the president selects will be the top of our Court of Appeals. He's got several names on there, and I would be happy with several of them, but they must not be viewed as being a single candidate.
All right, hey, Congressman Pete Sessions, thank you for your friendship, and Shelby, thanks for all your work there. We're going to let you go, and we just appreciate it very much. And anything we could do as we get going, I'm getting inundated by people who have encouragement and on our platforms, and so thanks very much, Pete and Shelby, and we'll talk. We'll be in touch soon.
All right.
Ed, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right. That was great, and I got to tell you, we're getting. I mentioned we get people can ask questions through our platforms, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. Feel free to send them in. We put them into our system, and I've got on my screen. That's what I'm looking at. Them coming through. One of the questions, we'll get to it a little bit later. Top 3 items for a Congress to take up for a conservative Congress in 2021. A good question. We're going to take a break, but let me go back and promote this book. It's Promises Made, Promises Kept. Top 100 Trump. Promises Made, Promises Kept. If you go to PMPK 2020, Promises Made, Promises Kept, PMPK2020.com, you can get a copy of it. It's 100 pages of all the promises made and kept, and then also some of the key speeches. It's got a foreword by Corey Lewandowski. It's got an afterword by General Mike Flynn. It's got a little bit of everything. So you need that. And it's what is it, Jordan, what is it, $5? It's $5? $5. I mean, nobody sells a book for $5. So that's a good one. And buy one and give it to your mother-in-law if she's for Biden. It'll help her sleep at night. And you can also be an Eagle. If you sign up to be an Eagle, join our Eagles and be one of us, you get a free copy of the book too. So go to eaglecountdown.com and click in there in the middle of the of that button and add that, and you can join in there. So we're going to take a break here. We got some more promises made, promises kept, members of Congress, policy leaders. We're going to play those videos. We also have got some Phyllis Schlafly commentaries, her voice, voicing things, and then we'll be talking with Jack Posobiec, the famous Jack Posobiec, who's a reporter at One America News and is a Twitter legend, at least in his own mind. I'll tell him that. And he'll be on with us in a few minutes. So hang in there, and don't forget, wherever you're listening, whether you're viewing on Facebook or YouTube, Periscope, send us your questions, send us your comments. We'll get to them. We've got a lot more. And Twitter is exploding because General Flynn has tweeted about Sidney Powell being honored here in just a few hours. So that's exciting. We're grateful for that. So we'll be right back. Thanks for watching Eagle Countdown. Be back in a minute.
My favorite Trump promise kept is his commitment to the unborn. I'm Melissa Oden, and as a survivor of a failed saline infusion abortion and the founder and director of the Abortion Survivors Network, the cause of life is paramount to mine. Meeting President Trump in the Oval Office in 2019 highlighted for me his passion for protecting the most vulnerable and his unwavering commitment to lives like mine. I vote like life depends on it, because it does. Under the Trump administration, the unborn have the ultimate advocate, from appointing pro-life judges to stopping the flow of taxpayer funds to the abortion providers and defending the unborn abroad. The case is clear for a second term for President Trump.
Hi, this is Gary Bauer in Washington, D.C. Early on in the Trump administration, we got a great idea of how this president would keep his promises. Now, I think he's done a great job of that, but again, this was very early on. You may remember during the campaign, the president said that if he was elected, he was going to finally do what other presidents weren't willing to do, which is move the U.S. embassy that's in Israel to the capital of Israel, which is Jerusalem. So the president got elected, and he had this promise that he made. Now, I want to give you a little bit of background here. Almost every president elected in the last 30, 40 years has said during their campaign, vote for me. If I'm elected, I'll move the embassy, our U.S. embassy, to Jerusalem. And then every one of them have violated that promise after they made it. And the reason they violated it is that once they got into office, the Washington establishment, the State Department, even the Department of Defense, the foreign policy bureaucracy, they all pound on newly elected presidents and tell them, no, you can't move the embassy. It will irritate the Arab Muslims. It might lead to a war, and so forth and so on. Well, President Trump made the promise. He came into office and he started to set into motion his plan to move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, where it belongs. That's the capital of Israel. And sure enough, when he started moving forward on that, the entire Washington bureaucracy went crazy. The State Department was angry with him. The Defense Department wanted him to back off. And then something else happened too. He started getting calls from world leaders urging him not to move our embassy there. The president carefully and appropriately listened to all that advice, but then when all that advice was over, he said to these folks, look, I made a promise to the American people. And after all, our embassy ought to be in the capital of the country that the embassy is located in. Every other country gets to tell us where our embassy should be, and Israel has said that our embassy and the embassy of every other nation ought to be in Jerusalem. And the president did it. He kept that promise. It was a dramatic day. In fact, I had a friend who called me and said, Gary, the president has made Jerusalem the capital of Israel. And I said, whoa, calm down. That was God 2,000 years ago who did that. What the president did was recognize the fact that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. And he recognized that fact by moving the American embassy there where it should have been all these decades. He kept his promise, and he should be commended for that.
My very favorite Trump promise kept is all of them. Everything he said he was going to get done to make America great again, to drain the swamp. He is working on it every single day, and I tell you what, when it comes to swamp draining, those gators are trying to bite back. We can't let them.
I want to say hi to the Eagle Forum. I'm Congressman Steve King, representing Iowa's 4th Congressional District, and I sure appreciated the long friendship and relationship we've had with Phyllis Schlafly and Eagle Forum. And the messages that she put out to us, it's our job now and her legacy that we carry that forward. And that means that the principles of full spectrum constitutional Christian conservatism need to be deployed in this country. And the question is, how well has Donald Trump done since Phyllis Schlafly identified him as the man who needed to be the next president of the United States? And I have, in April 4th of 2017, I went into the White House, into the West Wing, into the War Room, right next to the Oval Office, and had a little chat in there about the strategy for the administration. I took the trouble to take a picture of their whiteboard. This isn't Karl Rove's. This was actually Steve Bannon's back in the time. And this is the list of all of the promises that President Trump made during the campaign. And there's check marks behind those even then that were kept as early as April 4th of 2017. But I wanted to just go through a recap of some of those accomplishments. And these are accomplishments that have been achieved in the face of the worst opposition any elected president has seen that I can think of. And they have been, I'll just say, unjustly pursuing President Trump and our shared ideology every day since he was elected, from protests in Washington of his inauguration on along to the impeachment itself, which was political and nothing else. And in the middle of all of that, he's accomplished these things. So off of this list, we have his effort to repeal and replace Obamacare. We saw John McCain vote no on that at the last minute. So, but regardless, we still were able to eliminate the individual mandate in the tax package, which came shortly after that. He's largely kept his full promise on taxes, and that's reducing corporate tax and reducing their repatriation tax from U.S. capital stranded overseas. He's made significant improvements in the death tax, the estate tax, along the way. So that whole package was the most important financial component achieved in the Trump administration, and the best vote that I was able to put up during that period of time. He made pledges on trade. He was going to end negotiations on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. TPP. He did that, and he also has set up the trade negotiations. Some would even call it a trade war with China. We know that they've been stealing our intellectual property to the tune of $600 billion a year, and he has made an issue of that, and the conflict that's there needs to be brought to bear, or eventually we have to just knuckle under to China, and we're not doing that under a Trump administration. President Trump said that he was going to either cancel or renegotiate NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. He did that, and it's a favorable agreement. All agree, even Joe Biden agrees it's a favorable agreement on NAFTA. Our trade has been opened up in multiple places around the world, including our trade negotiations, not yet concluded, with the United Kingdom since they voted Brexit. That gives us an opportunity to get the U.S. camel's nose under the trade protection tent of the European Union. That is a big deal. It's 500 million people and a fairly prosperous market that's there. And he promised that he would reduce regulations and eliminate 2 for every new one. He's easily kept that promise and more. There have been tremendous regulatory relief. He said that he was going to go forward with the Keystone XL pipeline. He's done all the things he can do administratively to do that. The courts have held him up. He promised that he would also be protecting us from nations that were a threat to us from the standpoint of terrorism. He has done that, and again, run into the courts as barriers. He was going to end catch and release. Just a couple mornings ago, I had a briefing on the progress we're making down on the southern border, partly because of COVID, but now within 2 hours, we're turning 90-some% of those border crossers back into the country they came from. That's ending catch and release, and it's doing it on the spot. It's been a tremendous improvement that's there. So he was going to increase the number of Border Patrol agents, the number of ICE agents. He's done that. The budgets haven't let him do as much as he wants to do. But overall, if you look at the accomplishments of President Trump in the face of the worst persecution of a president by the opposing political party and their ideological elements, this president has performed in the middle of all of these battles. And I need to add to this that the appointments to the Supreme Court are the crowning glory of the first Trump term. And we've always known that we can't hold our Constitution together unless we have constitutionalists on the United States Supreme Court. And he has placed 2 of them there, and that is Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh. And we're always a little disappointed with some of those decisions, but in the end, we're on the cusp of having not just a 5-4 constitutionalist majority in the United States Supreme Court, but eventually, perhaps in the next Trump term, there could be 1 or 2 more appointments to that court. And I am imagining a 7-2 court of constitutionalists, and he's already crossed over 200 federal judges that have been appointed and confirmed. So there's been tremendous progress made, and for a generation or more, we're going to see the results of his appointments to the federal bench. And the farm team, for those coming up the line, has been improved substantially as well. This president has performed extraordinarily in the first term in the face of the worst opposition, political opposition, a president has ever seen. And we need him reelected if we're going to continue to put America back on the rails again and put this COVID issue behind us, get back to a normal life, and see our economy grow, strengthen our faith in our families, and strengthen our education and foundation in the belief, first, the biblical belief and in the constitutional beliefs that are necessary for America to survive, let alone prosper. Thanks a lot, Eagle Forum. You're doing a great job.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is a constitutional attorney, popular speaker, and the author of 20 books, including the book Feminist Fantasies that reveals the feminist influence on the media, on college campuses, and right in your children's classrooms. And now here's the president of Eagle Forum, Phyllis Schlafly.
Did you see the vote on God at the Democratic National Convention? Everyone should watch it. It is so very revealing about the high stakes in the upcoming national election. When the Democratic Party platform came to the convention floor for approval, it omitted the name of God, which had been in previous Democratic Party platforms. A motion was made to put God back into the Democratic platform, a motion which under party rules required a 2/3 majority to pass. The chair called for a voice vote, and the ayes and nays sounded about equal. The chairman looked completely baffled and called for a second vote. Again, the ayes and nays sounded about equal. Still looking like he didn't know what to do, the chairman called for a third vote. Some thought the voice vote again sounded equally divided, and some commentators said they didn't think the ayes had even a simple majority, certainly not a two-thirds majority. The chairman then read his prescripted ruling from the teleprompter. He said the motion received a two-thirds affirmative vote and was adopted. He rapidly moved on to other convention business. It's important for all Americans to know that at least half of the Democratic National Convention voted to ban God or God-given from the party platform. It's important to know what we are up against in the upcoming November 6th election. Remember what Barack Obama said when he was campaigning for president. He planned to fundamentally transform the United States. We now know that he wants to limit the First Amendment to freedom of worship, which means inside a church after you close the door, but no longer permit the free exercise of religion as the First Amendment has clearly meant for over 2 centuries. We cannot let him get away with this attack on religious freedom.
Would you like a complete record of Barack Obama's hostility toward Christianity? Every insult to our Creator God and every executive order that undermines religion is documented in the new book, No Higher Power, Obama's War on Religious Freedom by Phyllis Schlafly and George Neumeier. Get your copy of No Higher Power where quality books are sold, or visit eagleforum.org. Thanks for listening, and join us again for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Ed Martin here. It's Eagle Countdown. Thank you for being a part of this event together. I was mentioning offline to one of our visitors here at the Phyllis Schlafly Center in Washington, D.C. We ended up with, 10,000 people views on one of the last night's Eagle Countdown. So we're excited about that. And we just had General Flynn tweet about our Eagle Countdown because we're honoring the great Sidney Powell in a few minutes. So that was exciting. But I really remember we have this Eagle Countdown because we usually have Eagle Council. In the last couple of years, we've had Eagle Council, and we've had lots of great guests and great training and strategy. And one of the guys that's been very, very helpful to our Eagle leaders and to the work we're doing is Jack Posobiec. Jack is a One America News correspondent and journalist. He's also on Twitter. He uses his Twitter feed as I'd say a tool, education tool, as well as advocacy. He's a retired Navy man. He served in the Navy in the intelligence ranks in the Navy. And welcome, Jack. How are you?
Ed, appreciate you having me on. Thank you so much for putting this together. It's a really special event, and I think that Phyllis is looking down on us right now, especially in this opportune moment. As we are just about 40 days until the election, with the Supreme Court vacancy, a very important vacancy. I mean, what a time for not only Americans, but also conservatives to really rise to the fore. And that's what we're seeing here in 2020. Here we are.
Exactly. We did it in 2016. But hey, before we get to more serious stuff, Jack, I can't help teasing you because if you follow Jack on Twitter as the Poso Patrol, there's people, all these folks that he's hit 1 million followers on Twitter. It was like a sport to help him hit 1 million on Twitter, which is amazing. He's got his own, you've got your own comic book. But Jack, I want to talk about the beard. You used to be the clean-cut, baby-faced Jack Posobiec, and now you've got this kind of, Jack Ryan-looking beard. What's going on here?
It's actually, this is something that's been a point of contention between my wife and I. So she's from Eastern Europe, where they kind of have a little different, beauty standards. So they like super straight hair. They don't like curly hair. And for men, they like them to be clean shaven. So for the past couple of years, I've always been doing the clean shaven thing. But when I was in the Intel community, I always had a beard. I mean, you should have seen me, man. I had a beard out to here. And, what can I say? When I went out to Seattle, I was actually infiltrating that Chaz autonomous zone. I was out there for several days and nights. And during that time, I grew it back out. And, since then I got home and she said, well, if you trim it, then you can keep that. So
All right, there you go.
she's kind of giving me a little step on that
There you
one.
go. All right. Well, that's it. I'm glad to get that answer. That's a better. I don't know. That's an interesting answer. A typical Jack Posobiec. All right, Jack. Before we get to what I really want to ask you about, which is Antifa, what you've seen, I want to ask you a different question. You know, during Eagle Countdown, we're talking about promises kept. You know, I wrote this little booklet here, 100 promises, 100 of the top Trump promises made, promises kept. It's got Corey Lewandowski as an introduction. It's got Mike Flynn, General Flynn, as an afterword, and people can get it available on at our website at phyllisschlafly.com and other places everywhere, Amazon and all. But promises kept. You know, Jack, you observed candidate Trump. You heard all of his campaign speeches, all his stuff. What's your favorite promise kept? What's your favorite Trump promise kept of the first term?
Yeah, for me, it's actually easy. So I remember being there in Cleveland when the president was nominated. He gave an extremely long nomination speech. And during that time, he talked about the violence on American streets. He talked about lawlessness. He talked about anarchy. He talked about groups that were organized, that were perpetuating these things. And he said that he promised to restore law and order. A lot of people actually forget that he ran as the law and order candidate back in 2016. Well, in specifically 2020, but really throughout the term, he has focused so much on law and order. And in his response to these riots, these violent riot mobs that have gone on night after night in cities like Portland, Seattle, Washington, D.C., New York City, he has been cracking down so hard on the violence. Kenosha, I just got back from Kenosha. I was there on Friday. The devastation, $50 million of damage done to downtown and uptown Kenosha. These are business areas, residential areas where this is going on. And I really applaud the president because not only has he moved forward on declaring Antifa a terrorist organization, but he's also, if you just saw even today, the Department of Justice came out, they have officially designated New York City, Portland, and Seattle as anarchist jurisdictions. And what does that mean? That means they are permitting violence and destruction of property because the official leaders there, the political leaders, are not upholding the rule of law. They're not requesting National Guard go in. They're not letting National Guard go in some cases, like New York City. And the Department of Justice is now using the power of the purse to go after these corrupted officials who refuse to protect their constituents. And keep in mind, right, let's talk about it. These are not, politically speaking, these cities don't necessarily matter for the presidential contest. New York State, Seattle is Oregon, Seattle is Washington, Portland is Oregon. These are not states that are considered, battleground territory. So these are not places where the president really needs to spend political capital in order to win the election. But he's going there and he's doing this because it is the right thing and that the rule of law, and we're talking about public safety here, right? We're talking about the basic social compact between citizens and the government. The Department of Justice is very appropriately, I think, going in and saying we are going to cut funding to cities that do not provide basic services of governance to their residents. And that doesn't matter what their political party is. It doesn't matter who they click like on Facebook. Doesn't matter who they retweet. Every American citizen is afforded the rule of law under our Constitution, and I think it's high past time that the administration is doing something about it.
We're talking with Jack Posobiec, and Jack, when we got our listeners, our viewers, they're sending us questions and comments, and people are asking, and on one of our press releases when we said you were coming, we said, Jack will talk about fighting Antifa. And I guess 42 days left to the election. A lot of our Eagles and a lot of people that are participating now are folks that are involved. They want to be involved. They're out there. They're in the polling places. They're knocking doors. They're getting in, and they're more than maybe the average person. They're confronting Antifa or willing to. Well, talk about from the ground up in terms of fighting Antifa. What does an individual do? What should the local community be doing? How big is the threat? Where are we in this Antifa? You've been embedding or you've been infiltrating and paying attention as a journalist. Give us some concept of where Antifa is and what's happening.
Well, I think there's two basic steps there, because when you're talking about this organization, and there are a group of people, this movement, this ideology, this strain of extremism has been around since the 1930s. In some respects, it's been around since 1900, 1901. An anarcho-socialist assassinated the president of the United States, William McKinley, up in Buffalo, New York. And since that time, this violent anarcho-socialist, then anarcho-communist strain has been a force for destabilization in many countries of the world. So we're talking about they were in Russia, they were in Germany, they've come throughout the Cold War. They're now here in the United States of America. This strain of, and what it really is it's extremism to the point where they have decided that they want to check out from the normal political process. You and I might think, hey, we support a candidate or we support a position, let's go vote for them. Let's go work the polls. Let's go put up signs and flyers. These guys, they've decided to check out of all of that. They want violence in the streets. They want riots, and they want more violence to get what they want. They think if they ratchet things up, that's the way to get their ends met. And we're seeing that in those cities I just mentioned. Defunding of the police, of course, Minneapolis, we're seeing that as well. The rioters are getting what they want. You don't appease the mob. That is how you get more of the mob. And so this organization, and I would definitely, when it comes to individuals and people asking, well, how can I help? What can I do? I say, first and foremost, if they're operating, or if you see this type of activity anywhere near you, just turn around and go the other way. Just get out of there, get to a safe location, get your family to a safe location. It's not worth it. All right, that's number one. It's not worth it. Just turn the other way. That being said, if you are in a position where you see someone who's got a video of this, and if you're safe, and if you see a recording of this activity, go ahead and post it on your social media, or get it to someone like myself or a news organization that's willing to do actual journalism on these individuals like us at One America News and on these organizations, so that we can spread the word further and further. Because you've got political leaders in this country, Democrat political leaders mainly, but also some Republicans, saying that these guys don't exist, that they're a myth. Chris Wray has been trying to downplay the threat of this, and he's the Republican-appointed FBI director. When we see night after night the violence and anarchy, and that the director of the FBI is trying to say that, believe me, not your lying eyes. It's those Russians that you have to be worried about, and you have to wonder what their priorities are on this. So getting the word out is so incredibly important to what we do. When you see the articles, when you see the videos, when you see the documentaries, the work that we're doing at One America News, it's so important. And you just share it with people. You share it personally, you share it locally. You say, look, I don't care about your politics. You can say, when it comes to this issue, look, this isn't a political issue. This isn't Trump and Biden. This isn't left and right. It's America and anarchy, right? America and lawlessness. So this is something completely separate. This isn't something that should be politicized, because the minute that we start deciding that one side, a political side stands, it's kind of like how the American flag almost became politicized, right? There's certain people that won't put up the American flag because they view it as being like a right-wing thing to put up the American flag. It's not political. It's not right-wing at all. It's the American flag. It's patriotism. It's about being patriotic. It's about joining the military. I'm a veteran. My grandfather was a veteran, served in World War II under Patton. This is the country that we fight for. This is the country that we care about, that we sacrifice for. There's no politicization there. That is the fight when it comes to this group, these extremists. That extremists aren't interested in participating in that type of constitutional republic that our founders put down, that they outlined for us, they wrote for us in the Constitution, that they explained through the Federalist Papers, that they went so far for us, sacrificed so much for us. Now, instead, you have extremist organizations that, without believing, and since we are on the Eagle countdown, I think I can talk about this, because look, I'm a believer, Ed, I know you're a believer, we're both Catholics. These groups, they're nihilistic. Not only are they not believers, their only true animating force is nihilism. They believe in a force of destruction, of decay, of tearing down society. And that is why when they attack, they don't just attack Trump and Trump supporters. I mean, they certainly do, but it's quite beyond that, because they attack financial institutions, banking institutions. That's why they're against businesses. That's because they're against capitalism. But you also see them attacking religious centers. You see them attacking Christian churches, Catholic churches, tearing down statues of the Blessed Virgin Mary, going after Catholic saints like Junipero Serra in California, going after St. Louis, right, in your hometown, St. Louis there, the statue of King St. Louis. The reason that they are going after these is because they view all of these sort of pillars of our society, religion, capitalism, the rule of law, the political structure, the Constitution. They want to get rid of all of those things. And it certainly sounds like it's this more expansive replacement theory in terms of what they want to replace it with. And that is what they believe in, a stateless, anarcho-communist society where there is no government and the only rule is the rule of power, right? So might makes right. That is the end state of postmodernism and nihilism, and that is the animating force behind them. And I really do think it's because they are seeking something in their lives. You know, when you see the individuals who get arrested for this, you know, we saw in New York, how many of them were actually quite affluent, from Upper East Side families,
right.
Parents that are professionals, they're quite wealthy, and yet their kids are the ones burning down the city, going after their own neighborhoods. You've got two lawyers throwing Molotov cocktails at a police car in New York City. What is driving all of this? And the driving factor behind all that really is nihilism. So to drive it all back, of course, President Trump doesn't unpack it all when he talks about those things, but when he talks about law and order in the face of anarchy, that's him putting it in very simple terms, easy political terms to use in a political advertisement or to use in a marketing campaign where you're trying to get those ideas across to a mass audience, especially in our over-media saturated, completely over-socialized, over-saturated environment right now, that when he uses those terms, I hope that people understand that he is talking about something deeper. And the work that I do, the work that you do, Ed, such a great job of trying to unpack that for people who are interested in digging just a little bit deeper, but then also having information that they can share with their friends and loved ones about what's actually going on in this country.
Hey, Jack, we're talking with Jack Posobiec, and I wanted to tell our folks, and many folks probably that are out there, follow Jack on Twitter. He's a very active Twitter account, at Jack Posobiec. It's Posobiec. Jack, social media right now. So now we've got Antifa rioting. It's terrifying, although it looks like every day that they do it and the violence, more voters look up and say that's not the side we want to be on. But we've got election. I'm getting texts and people that are watching. We got election fraud. You know, and you're a Philly guy. You're a Pennsylvania guy. You got already. I think one of your tweets was about one of the Philly organizations that's going to start ballot harvesting. And then we've got big tech. You know, Twitter, we got Carpe Donktum, one of the more talented guys on Twitter. He's knocked off Twitter and now he's being sued. You know, but put all those ones aside except the social media. The thumb's on the scale, Jack, right? It's on the scale. The American people don't get to know the truth. They get it filtered by the media, the big tech media. Forget about CNN too. How are we going to beat that? I mean, there's only one Jack Posobiec. They're not 100, and there's Twitter. Jack Dorsey's that Jack Dorsey's got his thumb on the scale. Isn't that almost insurmountable?
You know, I think there does come a point where the censorship, the historical revisionism, the gaslighting, it just reaches a fever pitch point that the American people aren't at. There's that old story about the frog in the pot, that when you bring the pot to boil, if you turn the heat up too quickly, the frog will jump out. But if you just ratchet it up a little bit at a time, the frog will stay. The temperature has been rising too high, and it's been happening like that for a long time. In fact, I say that the people that are perpetuating those things that you just outlined, they still don't quite understand why Donald Trump was elected president in the first place in 2016. Donald Trump was elected because people were sick of the establishment elites in this country, and they wanted to use, and I'll use the words of Michael Moore, noted liberal filmmaker, documentarian, Michael Moore said Donald Trump is like the middle class and the Midwest throwing a hand grenade at Washington, D.C. And I think that sentiment is very much still there in the United States. And I think that if Donald Trump does win a second term, it is going to be because of those very same factors.
But Jack, can you, when you say to people, you get all these young people, and not young, but activists that say, I want to be involved, and they want to go on social media, and they find that they have to fight to get the truth. One America News has been a huge deal. I think people really see that, how the president does. I guess your point is, we've got enough strength, we the people, that we're going to overcome that? I mean, it worked in 2016.
We got to stick together.
Yeah.
It's about sticking together. It's about, when you see one of your compatriots get suspended or get locked out, and you say, well, what did they get locked for? And you go see it, and it was just some joke meme or some political satire, right? Everyone has to come together to have everyone else's back. The power is through group action. The power is through groups standing together, fighting back against these liberal attack houses, these organizations that exist through nonprofit money, through liberal donors, in order to smear, attack, and censor conservatives. They are building machines to target conservatives, and the only way to fight back is if conservatives stand together, like we did for Brett Kavanaugh, like we did for Nick Sandmann, like we're going to have to do for whoever the next Supreme Court pick is. Right now, it looks like Amy Coney Barrett, but we will see.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you had any reporting on that. I think the president has said he'll name the nominee likely on Friday or Saturday, I guess is the word.
The latest I've heard from inside is that the discussion, that there's more discussion happening on the outside than the inside. Inside, the president thinks that Amy Coney Barrett was vetted the first time they met. He really liked her. He really liked her pedigree. He really liked her resume. He wanted to go with her for the Kennedy replacement. However, he decided to go with Brett Kavanaugh, obviously afterwards, but always planned to hold Amy Coney Barrett in reserve. And really the reason that he's mentioning Lagoa so much, Barbara Lagoa, who's the only other candidate that's in serious contention, is because the entire Florida Republican structure has, from Ron DeSantis to Marco Rubio to Matt Gaetz to Rick Scott, has all gone in behind Lagoa. They are calling the president, talking his ear off to talk up their judge, their pick. I completely understand that from parochialism, understand Florida. And of course, we also understand Florida's importance as sort of the ultimate swing state of this election. Probably Florida, even though I am a son of Pennsylvania, I would have to give the edge just a little bit to Florida, being as though they have 29 votes in the Electoral College. Pennsylvania has 20. That being said, I will throw this out there, that if Trump does win Pennsylvania, he wins the presidency.
Yeah. All right, Jack. I've got a question on that. Amy Coney Barrett. You watched her nomination process last time. Dianne Feinstein said this very charged comment about the dogma. Your dogma runs strong in you, to Amy Coney Barrett, because she talked about her faith and she talked about her desire to go to heaven, and they went after her. Kamala Harris went after her. Has gone after the Knights of Columbus. Dick Durbin didn't. He went after. He went along the same lines. I mean, it's an extraordinary thing. And I know. You talk about important voting groups. Catholics in Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Minnesota, Michigan. You hear I'm naming states with Democrat senators. There were a lot of senators that lost their seat in 1980 when they didn't see what was coming in terms of voters taking a chance with the Reagan onslaught, and they swept out some of the famous names. I wonder about the Coney Barrett, if the Democrats can resist this anti-Catholic slur. What's your thoughts on it?
Well, I did think it was interesting, and I went back and played that Dianne Feinstein clip again this week, and they said the dogma lives loudly in you. And I understand, of course, she's speaking in a legal context from saying that, are you saying that you're going to put church teaching ahead of the Constitution? Right? That's the question that Dianne Feinstein is trying to make. But I also I also, and of course, that was the answer with Amy Coney Barrett said in response to her,
Right.
of course, I'm here for the law. I'm here to be a judge on this court. That being said, speaking personally as a Catholic, if anyone were ever to say to me that the dogma lives loudly in you, I mean, you have to take that as a compliment,
Yeah.
right? It's like, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly.
We're always striving to live up to the ideals of our religion, and nobody is perfect. This is endemic to all Christianity, not just Catholicism, but the idea that as humans, we're flawed, we're born with original sin, and it is through coming to Christ and following his teachings that we can strive to enter heaven, enter the kingdom of God, right? It's right in the Our Father. So they were also attacking her for using the phrase kingdom of God. I say, yeah, that's actually a reference to the Our Father, right?
Right.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, right? Say it, every time I'm up to Ed. And by the way, Ed, I got to tell you, past month, I'm up to a month now of saying the rosary every single day.
Wow, that's very good. The late Phyllis Schlafly, one of her secrets, she said, of the ERA fight was she herself said that every day. The rosary, there was a group of them that said it every day. So that's powerful. That's good. Well,
yeah, it's 20 minutes of your day, Ed. It's 20 minutes of your day. You got 20 minutes.
I got 20 minutes. That's right. I do have 20 minutes.
You
Well,
got-
I already do that, Jack. I've done it for longer than a month. So, but
oh, okay. Well, to the viewers out there, of
but,
course, well, far be it for me to question Ed Martin. But
No,
in general, I think it's great that it is just 20 minutes of your day. It's something that you can do, and I loved how faith-based this past RNC was. We saw Abby Johnson up there with her incredible speech on the pro-life movement. She didn't hold anything back, as we all know. We had the sister up there. She's holding up that rosary saying, this is our weapon of choice. And then the entire event ended with fireworks from the White House and that Italian opera singer singing Ave Maria, Hail Mary, from the balcony of the White House.
Yeah, it was.
Needless to say, you would not see that from a Joe Biden administration.
No, I don't think that would be. I don't think that would be allowed. All right, Jack Posobiec at Jack Posobiec on Twitter. Thanks, Jack, for taking time out. I know you're a busy guy with the TV as well as your journalism out in the field, and even more importantly, you've got a young family. So thank you for taking the time with us. And at Jack Posobiec on Twitter, and we'll visit again, I'm sure, in lots of other ways. And watch Jack on One America News. Thank you, sir.
God bless Ed, and God bless all the Eagles out there.
Okay, thank you, Jack Posobiec. Really, you guys, it's one of the most valuable Twitter feeds you see there, and everybody follows him now. Everybody tracks him. The president retweets him all the time. And for a few years now, he's been coming to our Eagle Councils and to our events in Washington when he's here to give us counsel. Very savvy guy, so that was great. We appreciate it very much. All right, we're going to go take another break. When we come back, another senator, U.S. Senator, not Senator Grassley, and we were talking offline, John Schlafly and I, we had not realized, I guess we just weren't paying attention, he is now the Senate President pro tem, which is why he travels with a security detail, because he's number 4, Senator Grassley is, in the line of succession, which is extraordinary. That's his service has been that long. And anyway, it was a wonderful interview. I've been hearing from folks about that interview. Questions and comments are welcome. Send them in through whatever medium you're on. Find a way to send us those notes, or just email info@phyllisschlafly.com. If you go on eaglecountdown.com, the main site many of you are watching from, right in the center, you'll see a button that says Be an Eagle. You can go there and sign up to be part of our Eagle organization. We'd love to have you be a member. The benefits, there's a list of benefits. You get a free copy of this book. That's good. You get our daily newsletter, our daily email. You get our weekly DC update. You get our Phyllis Schlafly report for a 12-month subscription, all kinds of stuff. But more importantly, you get into a community of folks across the country, in every corner of this country, that are actively doing the two things that Phyllis taught us to do, Phyllis Schlafly. She said, you got to know the conservative politics. You got to know what you believe, understand it, study, get ready, and then you got to know how politics works. Lots of people that have think tanks up in a sort of a pseudo ivory tower, or they're in an ivory tower at university. That's nice. That's valuable. But our job, our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, are understanding politics, contributing to politics. When we talk with Senator Steve Daines in a few moments, I'll give you a hint to watch. We're talking to him because he founded the Senate, U.S. Senate Pro-Life Caucus. It hadn't been done until he founded it about a year and a half ago. Founded the caucus, got everyone focused. It's a huge service. He's also in a fight for his re-election, and we want to talk to him. We want to give him an award for his leadership, talk to him about what's going on, and encourage him, because we understand good policy, good leadership, good representation, and understanding how politics works. That's what we do. So thanks for being here for Eagle Countdown. We've got a lot more. If you're watching Twitter, it's blowing up because General Mike Flynn just tweeted about our award that we're giving in a few minutes to Sidney Powell. So if you're coming to us because of that great tweet, welcome, and we're looking forward to a great evening. We've already been through an afternoon, so we'll be right back. We'll take a break. You're watching the Countdown. Be back in a few minutes.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is a constitutional attorney, conservative icon, and the author of more than 20 books, including Feminist Fantasies, Turbo Reader, and the important new book called The Supremacists, The Tyranny of Judges and How to Stop It. And now here's the president of Eagle Forum, Phyllis Schlafly.
Are there things about our country and our culture you want to change? Schools, crime, abortion, gay rights, taxes, pornography? Our Constitution gives us the opportunity to make changes by elections for Congress every 2 years and elections for the President every 4 years. This is the way we can change laws, policies, and taxes. It's time for each of us to encourage all citizens, including Christians, to embrace their citizenship, not merely as a duty and privilege, but as an opportunity to participate in rebuilding the moral fabric of our nation. Every vote will count tomorrow, November 2nd, when Americans will decide who will become our president with the power to name up to 4 Supreme Court justices, and also who will represent us in Congress. In the last couple of years, federal court decisions have banned the Pledge of Allegiance, ordered the removal of 10 Commandments monuments, allowed the smut peddlers to send their porn onto your own computers where your children have access to it, and knocked out the law banning partial birth abortion, which is a form of infanticide. We cannot allow these immoral decisions to stand as the laws of our land. It is our responsibility to round up all the votes we can so we can make progress toward rebuilding the culture of morality. You and I cannot turn the activist judges out of office, but we can elect a president who will appoint only constitutionalist judges, and we can elect members of Congress who will pass the laws authorized in the Constitution to stop the runaway activist judges from legislating from the bench. The times call for the active participation of all good Americans in the political process to support candidates who will respond to the will of the people on such fundamental issues as the Pledge of Allegiance, the 10 Commandments, and standards of community decency. Call 10 of your friends and motivate them to vote tomorrow. This is our responsibility as American citizens.
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Have you visited our website? It's your source for a conservative perspective on education, government, family, and the latest liberal agenda. At www.eagleforum.org, you can write Congress, join Eagle Forum, and download our Congressional Scoreboard, our first reading test, even this radio broadcast. Log on to eagleforum.org. Join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Welcome to the Phyllis Schlafly Report, a daily look at the significant issues of our time from an experienced conservative perspective. Mrs. Schlafly is president of Eagle Forum, a leading force in the pro-family movement since 1972. And now, here's Mrs. Schlafly.
We have a very important election coming up this year, and sometimes people wonder, what can you do? You're just one person. Well, one thing you can do is to have a coffee for your candidate or be a coffee party chairman. I'm not just talking about electing the President of the United States. There are very important races for your state legislature and for local and county officials on the ballot in the November election. Call up one of these local candidates you like and say, I appreciate your position on whatever issue is important to you and want to help you. And I would like to set up a coffee for you to come and talk to my friends and my neighbors so that they might vote for you. Or, if you're really ambitious, you could offer to be a coffee party chairman and set up a whole day of coffee parties. I know a lot of congressmen who've been elected basically on a coffee party strategy. A candidate can manage 5 coffees in one day, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. They work best if they last no longer than an hour and a half. You can serve simple refreshments like a cup of coffee and some cookies, or some Danish if it's in the morning. Have a little socializing before, have the candidate come in, make a little presentation of no longer than 15 minutes, and then answer questions on an informal basis. This is an extremely effective way of campaigning for office, and a lot of candidates have won with this strategy. It takes a little work on your part. Go find a nice home. There are a lot of people with big homes who would host a coffee party who maybe would never do anything else in the whole governmental process. Some people might come just to see what the big house looks like, but that's all right. If they get there, they can meet your candidate, and then maybe they'll like him, and he can pass out his literature. This is the way the democratic election process operates in the United States, and it's the way that you as an individual can participate in the process and get good candidates elected who will vote the right policies when they go to your state capital or to Washington.
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report, a program dedicated to preserving traditional values. And it's your opinions and comments that help to shape this broadcast, so write us at Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002, because your views count. Once again, that's Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. And join us each weekday as we explore today's most important issues on the Phyllis Schlafly Report. This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report, a daily broadcast dedicated to keeping you in touch with many of today's most important issues and examining how those issues directly affect our traditional values. And now, here is author and constitutional lawyer Phyllis Schlafly.
In the United States, we proudly assert our belief in self-government. But are you part of the process of self-government? Or have you decided merely to complain while letting others usurp your rights as an American citizen to participate in the process of government? Make no mistake about it. If you forfeit your citizens' right to participate in the process of self-government, pressure groups and selfish interests will gladly fill the vacuum. Yet government affects you and your family more than anything else. Government decides how much you pay in taxes and whether our sons are sent off to fight in foreign wars. Government policies can promote either prosperity or inflation and unemployment. Do you want your life and your money to be controlled by politicians you did not choose, who make decisions you do not like? Or do you want to help choose the officials and the policies that you want? In the United States, government is shaped by politics through the democratic election process. In order to elect the candidates you want, you have to know how the election process functions, how candidates are chosen and elected, and how you can participate sufficiently to make your voice heard. If you want to play tennis or play golf or engage in any sport, you know you have to learn the rules. You have to go to the court or the fairway where the sport is played, and you have to equip yourself with the tools of the game. When you don't understand the sport, some of the players' actions might not make sense to you. Even after you learn to play, you may not fully agree with all the rules. But if you want to play, you have to adapt yourself to the rules or find another sport. It's the same with politics. Maybe America doesn't have a perfect governmental system, but it's surely better than what every other country has. It's up to you to learn how the system functions so you can elect the officials that you want. We have a very important election coming up this year at every level of our government. Find out the candidates you like and go and offer your help. Your input is necessary so that the right people will be elected on Election Day.
You've been listening to the Phyllis Schlafly Report, presented by Eagle Forum, the National Pro-Family Organization. Our goal is to stay on the leading edge of the issues that are important to you and your family. Write us at Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002, and let us know your perspective. That address again is Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. And join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Welcome to the Phyllis Schlafly Report, a daily look at the significant issues of our time from an experienced conservative perspective. Mrs. Schlafly is president of Eagle Forum, a leading force in the pro-family movement since 1972. And now, here's Mrs. Schlafly.
Activist judges have been rewriting laws for many years, but now the trend is for activist state judges to change the rules about elections, and this is a very bad idea. U.S. Senator Robert Torricelli has been facing corruption charges for several years, and the man who paid him bribes is now in jail. The Democrats closed ranks around Torricelli, and he easily won renomination in New Jersey's primary this year. Everything was going smoothly for him until television showed the incriminating evidence against him, and he dropped dramatically in the polls. The Democrats became desperate to save the seat in order to hang on to their one-vote majority in the Senate. By this time, the election had already begun. Ballots had been printed, overseas military ballots had been mailed, some servicemen had already voted, and the legal deadline to substitute another candidate had passed. New Jersey law clearly states that a name can be substituted on the ballot if a vacancy occurs no later than 51 days before the election. But when Torricelli withdrew, it was only 34 days before the election, so the Democrats asked the New Jersey Supreme Court to rewrite the law. The New Jersey Supreme Court accommodated the Democrats, changed the rules, and just declared that the change was fair. The problem with the court's ruling is that no change in the rules during or after an election can ever be fair unless the change is to accommodate an absolutely unforeseen circumstance. There was nothing sudden about Torricelli's unfitness to be a senator because news of his criminal associations had been circulating for a long time. Changes in the rules can change the outcome of any close election. The only way to hold a fair election is to have an agreed-on procedure in advance. The purpose of the deadline is also to allow time for the candidates to debate the issues and the voters to become informed. If we allow courts to manipulate elections by changing the rules in the middle of or after the election, then we can expect crooked elections all over the country.
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report from Eagle Forum. For more on the election process and the remarkable history behind the Electoral College, write Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. Again, that's Alton, Illinois 62002. Or on the web, go to eagleforum.org. Thanks for listening, and join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Welcome back to Eagle Countdown. Thank you for being here. We've got another insane day tomorrow in terms of great guests. So Rand Paul, I think he's going to record a message. Ted Cruz, Congressman Heiss, is he confirmed? Congressman Heiss? Congressman Jody Heiss, he's phenomenal. Paul Teller, there's one guy in the White House, I'd say, who probably has been moving and shaking a ton. And Joe Flynn will join us by Skype, General Flynn's brother. And don't forget, it's the Promises Made, Promises Kept book, the top 100 Trump Promises Made, Promises Kept. Right here, you need to get your copy. Go to PMPK 2020, PMPK 2020, and get a copy. Okay, our next guest, we're going to be on Skype. Are we getting close, guys? We're working on it. Okay, we're going to have a guest on Skype, but I can start talking about our guest. One of the issues that Phyllis Schlafly cared about and our organization works on is pro-life policies. And we've heard yesterday Barry Sullivan. We've heard videos of Janet Porter. We've talked about pro-life issues. And we were so excited, and we're really proud to do this. So, we're supposed to be at Eagle Council this weekend together in the Trump National Hotel. And we expected that we would be giving Senator Steve Daines an Eagle Award in person because he was the first senator, amazingly. Senator Steve Daines is from Montana, where we have a lot of great Eagles. I'm sure Eric Olson and others are watching this and will be spreading the word on the great policy achievements of Steve Daines. But I think, he has a great career and he's been doing wonderful things. But he's the senator, Steve Daines, who said, let's start a pro-life caucus in the Senate. And for the pro-life community and the work we do at Phyllis Schlafly Eagles on pro-life issues, this was really exciting. He's hired some great staff. Andrew Guernsey, I say it wrong. How do you say it?
Andrew Guernsey.
Guernsey, I say it. I mess it up all the time. He's one of their staffers, high energy guy who helps us on this issue. So we, unfortunately, Senator Daines, we had to move our Eagle Council till January, so we can't be in person. But thank you for joining us by Skype. We really appreciate it. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay, yeah. And so we're going to give you, when we see you, we'll come by your office. We're going to give you this great award. The Phyllis Schlafly started this award, the Eagle Award, and it says to Senator Steve Daines, with appreciation for your dedicated work for God, family, and country. And we're so grateful, especially when it comes to the pro-life caucus. So why? I think a little bit of a setup, but why wasn't there a pro-life caucus until you came along? I know it was your fearless leadership, but why wasn't there one before you?
I honestly don't have a good answer. I've asked a lot of why questions since I left the private sector after 28 years, and then I came into public service. And sometimes I just don't get a good answer. But all I can tell you now is we now have a pro-life caucus, and that's the most important thing. And I was just chatting with a couple of my strong pro-life Senate colleagues today after I landed. I flew in from Montana here this afternoon. Of course, we're talking about this Supreme Court nomination.
Yep.
And these are these moments. This is why we left whatever we were doing in our other life to come serve in Washington, D.C. are for moments like this, where we can make sure we put a strong, unwavering pro-life justice on the United States Supreme Court. This is a great moment.
Well, and I think, Phyllis Schlafly taught, that whether it was the platform or writing essays, writing books, when you put things down and organize them in words, instead of just saying, hey, we're all a bunch of senators that are pro-life, you say, here's a pro-life caucus. It has an edifying effect. And so I really do salute you for taking the chance. I actually think probably there's some reason that some people don't want to necessarily have to be brought to a caucus. It sort of does pull them along. So salute to you for doing it. We have two questions, and I don't want to run out of time. We've been asking all of our participants on this Eagle Countdown. The first one is 3.5 years into President Trump's term. We've listed, I've done a book of 100 of the promises made, promises kept, the top ones. But what's your favorite, Senator? What's your favorite sort of Trump promise kept, his administration, policy achievement that you say, that one there, that really means a lot to me. I didn't see it coming, or I did see it coming, and that promise kept by the Trump administration is my favorite. What's yours?
For me, he is the most pro-life president in the history of our country. Mm-hmm. And normally when somebody runs for president, they'll say they're pro-life, but then when they govern, they disappoint.
Yeah.
President Trump has exceeded our expectations. He said he's pro-life, and he's delivered. This will be the third Supreme Court justice will have a chance to move forward here with President Trump. And so at the end of the day, if you don't get life right, you can't get any other issues right. I mean, you can't have liberty and the pursuit of happiness without first having that fundamental right to life. So I start with that. And the fighting unwaveringly in terms on some of these budget fights we've had in appropriations. When the President Trump, I sent him a letter with 43 of my colleagues had signed it saying, President Trump, will you veto any budget bill that in any way compromises any Hyde provisions or Mexico City?
Right.
And President Trump said, he said, yes, I will veto it. And so by putting everybody on notice at that point, if you remember, it was a couple of years ago, that just assured we had the answer to the test before we took the test. And I'll never forget that him coming, it was a March for Life rally, if you remember that. I remember I was speaking out there in the mall,
Yep.
and the president mentioned that and says, I got the letter and I'm vetoing any appropriation budget that compromise anything we have on our pro-life victories that have gone on over many years. So I think that's the great moments for me.
Boy, Senator Steve Daines, I'm so glad we had this chance, because that's a great example of an answer to that question that I wouldn't have got to. We talked about pro-life, but his response to your letter and you sending the letter again was such a smart move in terms of locking people in. Now, the second question I asked people, and this on the Eagle Countdown, we talked to all these leaders and folks that come on, is what do we do from here? 42 days left. Now, I have to say I'm secretly very happy to have a fight over a Supreme Court justice for someone like you in a race where your opponent will have to answer the question, are you for or against a pro-life conservative for the court? Hopefully he'll have to answer. I don't know if he hides in his basement like Vice President Biden. But for 42 days, we got a lot of eagles across the country and folks that are saying, what do we do? How do we help people get out the vote? What do you tell people as we go into this incredible season that they can do to help you do your job as a pro-life leader, help folks succeed in the coming election? Give us a little of your thoughts on that, please.
Well, first of all, there could not be a more radical difference and contrast between my pro-life views and my opponent's view. He vetoed the Baby Born Alive bill. A baby that is born as a result of a botched abortion, you've got to protect the baby. He vetoed that. That's infanticide. He vetoed the pain-capable bill that stops late-term dismemberment abortions at 20 weeks or later. So there's such a contrast. We have to make sure our pro-life faith voters get out and make this happen. Because at the end of the day, whoever gets the most votes wins. We just have to make sure everybody votes and gets out and is mobilized. And I agree with you. I think the Supreme Court battle is going to be helpful to mobilize and energize our people.
Well, let me say thank you, Senator. I know we squeezed you in because you got a lot happening. Senator Steve Daines of Montana, thank you for founding the Pro-Life Caucus in the U.S. Senate and for coming and spending time with us. We'll look forward to in January, as after you got sworn in for another term and we have the same president in his second term, we'll have our Eagle Council here and we'll get you in person. But we'll see you before to give you the award and encourage you in your pro-life stances. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. God bless all of you, and let us continue to work hard here and trust the outcome to his victory. Thank you.
We'll do it. Thank you very much. Senator Steve Daines, thanks very much. Boy, that's what a great answer. I have to tell you this. I keep asking these folks about their promise kept, and David Horowitz's answer was the economy. I figured it was going to be some punching Marxists in the face, and he said the economy. And then Steve Daines, that's a great example of inside the Senate. He writes a letter to Trump. Most of the times people write letters like that, and we do a lot of it for our own work. Rebecca Ganter, who's going to join us now, is our DC executive director. We sign on letters to coalition, and you're trying to put on record what you care about. When 44 senators say, don't let them take away the Hyde Amendment in Mexico City, and the president, this is the difference maker, says, okay, I won't. Everybody goes, oh, wait, that's the marker. That's a difference maker. So, okay, we're going to keep moving because we got a busy rest of the evening. Again, it's Eagle Countdown. When you go to eaglecountdown.com, if you're there or you're coming through Facebook or YouTube or Twitter, send us your comments or questions. We'll get to them. If we don't get to them, we'll process them and get back to you too. We had some from late last night. We had 10,000 people watching, and we had some questions come in after, and we'll answer them later and send them back to you. But I want to welcome in Jamison Coppola, who he is a friend of ours for in a lot of ways, in a lot of practical ways, because here in the swamp you have to make friends that you can trust, and he's been one that we really trust. And he's the director of the American Association of Christian Schools, their legislative office here in Capitol Hill, and he works like us with the legislators on issues particularly for Christian schools, obviously, but also generally conservative. I saw you nodding as we're talking to Senator Daines about his role, and he is originally from Colorado?
I spent 8 years there, originally from Massachusetts.
Oh my gosh,
yes.
It couldn't be different now. I don't know. Now I don't know. I mean, but Colorado has changed.
Can any good thing come out of Massachusetts?
I know. And he is in the Pensacola Christian College. Yeah. Is it a mafia? What is it? A secret? It's not a secret society. It's a Rebecca Ganter went there. Jordan Henry went there. We've got. It seems like all of the best people go there and get formed. So, Jamison, thanks for coming. And first,
thanks for having me.
We appreciate your work, also your wisdom and your friendship. Same question. What's your favorite Trump promise kept.
Yeah, well, there's been a few of them.
Yeah, okay, we'll take a few.
Hey, I'll start with this, and then we'll talk about school choice,
Okay.
because that is a big one. But personalist policy, and man, the people that he brings in with him, we have been so pleased, because they have the heartbeat of religious liberty.
Mhm.
And our educational liberty walks hand in hand with our religious liberty. So that would be one, that he's brought in people that understand the promise of the First Amendment and are willing to work hard to see that fulfilled. Executive orders in the bureaucratic departments, religious liberty has gained a status that it didn't have prior to it. But in school choice, which is kind of close, not closer, but that's our realm too. Like our educational freedom and our religious liberty walk hand in hand. You know, even in the campaign, he promised, I think, $20 billion. And his Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, has a really fine bill that would bring federal school choice to probably 1 million U.S. children.
Huh.
And so he's been a strong advocate for school choice. He continues to use the bully pulpit very effectively. He's right. It's a civil rights issue.
Is for a lot of, I've been saying for 2 months, when we get to the fall, right about now, maybe 2 or 3 more weeks, as the American people, very, very many of them, see how poorly their schools have adjusted to the 5-month warning that we have. Whatever the fear is, whatever the reality is, the fear is real, right? Whatever the illness is, and there is an illness, the fear is even bigger.
Right.
Now, and people are waking up and they're saying, well, I was giving my school a chance. I was giving even my private school, or I was giving my public school a chance. They didn't get it together, and they're looking at options. Are you feeling, and your association of these Christian schools, are you feeling like you're seeing people coming towards you because they want something different? And in some ways, is that enough? Are you nervous about maybe the federal government? Every time the federal government says, let me help you, you say, wait, this isn't going to work out well. I've been here before. We give me free and reduced lunches and then tell me what my curriculum is.
Right.
What's the balance there?
Well, that's a good question, and it is one of our primary concerns. So the president's bill in school choice is a tax credit scholarship.
Right.
And so it's not direct funding, which is always problematic. The 3 words that our schools hate to hear is recipient of federal financial assistance. And the school choice bill that the president has is one that would use private donations to nonprofit organizations, and the individuals that would then turn those into scholarships for students. And so there's really an arm's length transaction where people get to choose a good a civil benefit for students to go to a private school and enjoy a tax benefit for it. So you're right that school choice comes fraught with a lot of entanglement issues, and our schools are especially sensitive to that because of our religious liberty concerns.
So school choice, the future of school choice, I mean, one of the things that the president, when he says it's a civil rights issue, a lot of people in this environment, when they hear the heightened, it feels like all the media, big tech, if you want clickbait, you do something about race, right? So-and-so's a racist, so-and-so's a racist, it's a black, whatever. It feels like a feeding frenzy. And the president, when he talks about school choice, one of the places where I feel strongly that we have actually some structural racism is in the urban schools that are so often dominantly filled with African American and low income kids, but mostly African American and Hispanic kids, and they just are stuck in a system. Forget about the zip code thing. It's not the zip code thing. It's if you're in a city, and I know there's some rural ones, but how does a future where the schools that you represent could be attractive to, because those families are Christian and they're all faith denomination. Would that possibility be a big opportunity?
Yeah, I think wherever you see school choice, you see students that are in the most need of it, and the students that you mentioned certainly are in the most need of it flock to it.
Right.
So this is a winning issue for the kids that have been trapped by poverty and the policies that have failed in the inner cities. We've got a work in Milwaukee that has an incredible ministry into that community. I think there's over 600 kids in one of our affiliated schools that enjoy the school choice program.
Oh, really? Oh, so, yeah, Milwaukee has some school choice, Huh.
Yeah. So incredible success with students. DC, I think the numbers are about 95% graduation rate for the kids that are in the school choice program in DC, versus a couple of years ago they were at a 50% graduation rate in the public school system. So school choice works. It's a civil rights issue in that every kid deserves to live out his potential. And our founders were clear about that, by the way. They understood that education was one of the ways you secured liberty.
Yeah.
Of course, their perspective on it was children needed to read so that they could have a moral foundation, they could understand Scripture, and in doing so, they'd preserve liberty.
I heard someone say that when you see those Antifa and BLM riots and you see all these sort of middle and upper middle class white people that are there, they said those are not low IQ. They may be high IQ, but they're low information voters. They're low information. They don't understand what is happening, and they're there and they think they're doing something because they've been programmed with bad education, bad media. Rebecca Gantner, we've our DC director, for those that weren't paying attention, of our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. We were talking beforehand about some questions that we had seen on school choice and on these issues for Jamison. You have one?
Yes. Since Secretary DeVos's confirmation in 2017, she's received a lot of flack, which obviously means she's doing something right. But can you talk a little bit more specifically about what Secretary DeVos has done to improve school choice?
Well, she understands school choice. She comes out of the school choice world. And I think one of the most important things she's done for school choice is she's refocused the department to be student-centric, right? So one of her mantras is whatever we do, we have to keep the student in mind. And certainly, as Ed was talking about, school choice has proven to be something that benefits students. So she has kept school choice in the national conversation. She's championed the cause. But even more than that, she's redirected the focus in the department to be a student-centric focus instead of sometimes the bureaucratic red tape that becomes the focus of a department. I see that as one of the highlights of her time there.
We for those that are watching on Eagle Countdown, we have for decades, Phyllis Schlafly wrote what's called the Education Reporter. We continue today. It's a newsletter that talks about education policy, and in particular, for about 25 years, Phyllis has focused on the teachers' unions. And I don't know if you want to go as far as I will, because that's just what I do. But to me, the teachers' unions are really the enemy of the people in this country. And I mean that totally sincerely. I don't mean it's a hyperbole. What they've done to become, they're no longer, Eric Hoffer, the famous longshoreman philosopher, said every great cause begins as a movement, becomes a business, and eventually degenerates into a racket.
Yeah.
And the school teachers union, I know some of our viewers get mad at me because they don't even want to believe the teachers union was ever good, but I'm willing to concede the cause was at one time positive. I think I'll concede that. But today it's a racket where the teachers union pay to protect the politicians in places and the school boards. They put the school boards in place and they manage things. And I really think that if we have one fruit of this is to break the teachers unions out of this period, to say we have to stop the teachers unions. And you don't have to agree or not, but I want to transition a little bit. One of the things that they've allowed, the teachers unions and the school boards, is horrendous curriculum. So a week ago, the President of the United States says we're going to have a commission to teach kids patriotism, to teach kids the Constitution, to teach kids the founding values, not 1619, not Howard Zinn, but the founding of our country was Judeo-Christian, ethical, and that's how you get the rule of law. How badly are we behind the eight ball in this country because of the education where we failed on that question? And can we do it in our public schools, or is your sense that it's going to be outside of the public school system?
Yeah, those are hard questions to answer, but let me take a shot at it. First of all, you talked about the teachers unions and the failures of the schools and how they really have kind of circled around teachers instead of students.
Yeah.
And COVID, one of the silver linings is it's made the theoretical of school choice the practical, right? It's made what we talk about as far as parents having choice. Now parents see why that's essential. So that's really important point. And then so far as your question about And
well, 69. Well, 69.
Yeah, the curriculum
question.
Yep. Like, the president is right, but our thought is freedom works, right? We shouldn't, in some sense, have to have the president saying this is what we should be doing, because the federal government shouldn't be that involved in education. But I'm glad again he uses the bully pulpit to elevate this issue. In our schools we have an extremely patriotic focus. We think it'd be great if more kids could go to schools that are going to give them a patriotic focus. So I think school choice answers a lot of even those questions about curriculum, where if you break the monopoly of what are no longer really public schools but almost function as government schools, if you break that monopoly through school choice, you'll get an organic patriotism, you'll get an organic curriculum that parents I think want, but they're unsure of how to get it.
You got another question?
Yes. Ed was talking about curriculum in public schools. So the U.S. Department of Education published regulation last week implementing President Trump's executive order on religious liberty on college campuses and in universities. What kind of changes do you think we might be able to expect? Will we see changes in favor of religious liberty on public schools?
Well, anytime you're talking about these things, I think you see changes. Some of these changes, forgive me for quoting Nietzsche, but he said, the light of distant stars takes time to be seen. Deeds, though done, take time to be seen. And some of these things, I think, will have a longer term effect than just the immediate. In the immediate, I mean, we're thrilled that he's making it a priority for higher ed. If they're going to take money, then obviously religious student groups shouldn't be excluded from a publicly funded campus. And so we're thrilled with those sorts of executive orders, the executive order that returns a teacher's right to be religious in school, and numerous things that affect education. Really important rhetorical points, really important marks in the sand, putting the mark down as an executive order. So emphasis on religious liberty.
We've asked every one of our Eagle Countdown guests the same two questions, so we sort of compare it, we grade them, and then we'll send you a report card on this. We grade on a scale, though, so everybody gets an A. It's America now, so... I
was after that generation.
I didn't
get the participation trophy.
Well, in fact, Jamison Coppola, tell us where people can learn more about your organization, the website and all, before I forget that.
Yeah, aacs.org. That's the American Association of Christian Schools. AACS.org is our website. And we have a tab there for our legislative office. Sign up for our Washington Flyer, which is a weekly accounting of education issues that impact people involved in private religious education.
AACS.org.
Okay,
got it. So, but the second question we ask everybody, and if you're tuning in right now on Eagle Countdown, just a few minutes we'll be with Sidney Powell. I know folks are clamoring. It's only Jamison Coppola. He's going to save our children. Sidney Powell's going to save all the convicts and the attacks.
I'm a fan of Sidney.
I know, just teasing. Yeah, so I didn't. If you weren't, we'd have a different problem here. But
great American.
So she's a huge fan of yours too.
I'm glad to hear it.
So. The second question I ask everybody is this one, is 42 days left. If you're on Eagle Countdown, people are sitting there going, man, he's right, our schools, we got to protect our religious liberty. In terms of policy, in terms of what you feel, what should people be doing? What should people be doing, thinking, besides, I bet you'd say praying. You got to keep your prayers in line. And then after you get up off your knees, then what should people be thinking about the election and about what's happening? And perhaps maybe sort of slide that towards, the Republican caucus in the Congress. Maybe you should go back to this question first, but it's not always reliable on some of these issues. This president's made them more. So as people are looking at the 42 days, what are you telling them?
Man, educate yourself and vote. That's really important. As far as school choice goes, there are a couple of bills in Congress right now. Rand Paul's got a really fine education scholarship bill. And so keep the conversation going about school choice, keep the pressure up. It's amazing to me what this president has been able to accomplish just by using his voice and his influence. So I would say keep keep pressing on these issues.
Well, and same segue. No matter who wins, but let's say the president has a second term. Maybe we've got then you got to get it done, right? I mean, this is what you know. It's a lot of talk, and a lot of talk is good, but then you got to get it done. Maybe you get this or that break. So, Jamison, thanks again. AACS.org to learn more about his work. Jamison Coppola, thanks for the time. Yeah, we appreciate it. Okay, everybody, I'm going to introduce a video from Ben Carson in just a moment. Dr. Carson was with us last week. I was invited by the president to be at the conference, the White House conference on the Constitution. And if you were there, there was I guess there was only 19 attendees because it was in this in the actual archives, and then the panel was about 8 or 10. But what they covered in a couple hours, including direct attack on the 1619 Project, the New York Times project to redefine the founding of America back to 1619, and then also founding was based on slavery. And well, after that conversation, which was very pointed, the 1619 Project, you may have seen this, they changed their website. They admitted that the founding was actually in 1776, and they backed off of it. It's a little bit like Black Lives Matter recently removed their About Us page, which showed that they didn't want us to have they even said we don't want the Western what was it, the Western classical theory of the nuclear family was objectionable to Black Lives Matter. That disappeared. So somebody's listening to some of all of us that are making these points, and I think, look, Black Lives Matter and 1619 doesn't change their positions, doesn't change their websites if they're not realizing that that's not politically palatable, that you can't win elections. If they could get away with it, they'd do it. Just like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris never said a word about the rioters. In fact, Kamala Harris helped bail them out. Her staff was paying to bail them out until the polling, as Don Lemon so helpfully told us, the polling said that these rioters are really starting to hit us in the polls, and we better change our position. So that's what you know. But Eagle Countdown, we'll be coming back with Sidney Powell. We'll talk about the General Jack Singlaub Award. She'll be receiving that award, but we'll also talk about her work to fight the deep state and a lot of what is happening in this country. So please come back for that. Don't forget, EagleCountdown.com. You can sign up to be an Eagle. There's a button right in the center. Go there and sign up and be an Eagle. We want you to be tied into our community, help us get stronger and better so we can influence conservative policies and make sure that people that are in office and seeking office and guiding our office holders understand what we conservatives feel. And tomorrow, don't forget, we've got another one of these 4.5 hour sessions. They tell me it's going to be a half an hour, and then I sit down and it's 4 hours because so many people want to be with us. Paul Teller, you mentioned Paul Teller. Paul Teller's been phenomenal. He's in the White House, senior aide, I forget his title, to the vice president, like one of the senior aides to him. We'll also have Joe Flynn. We'll talk with Mark Schneider about nuclear power. I've been looking forward to that. And Senator Rand Paul and a few others. So that's all tomorrow, but don't go anywhere. We're going to hear it just now. Oh, I started down this path. Dr. Ben Carson, he's extraordinary. His leadership is extraordinary, but his person is he's just one of the great men in American life. And at this conference, on the White House conference on the Constitution, he was the chairman. And typical Ben Carson, unassuming, he opened with a statement, was strong, everybody commented, then he closed with a statement. He was phenomenal and just an incredible presence. And in the interim, while we waited for President Trump to get there to give his speech, we had a chance to visit. We talked about his wife, he asked about my wife, and he's just a wonderful, wonderful man. And he couldn't be with us for Eagle Council this year or be with us in person for the Eagle Countdown, but he recorded this video. So if you enjoy Dr. Ben Carson, a great friend of Phyllis Schlafly and ours, and we'll be back after that with Sidney Powell, and we'll continue the Eagle Countdown. So thanks, everybody. Thanks again, Jamison.
Yeah, good to
be right back.
Thank you, Ed, for that kind introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to address the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. Some of you may remember a few years ago, my wife Candy received the Phyllis Schlafly Award, and she gets lots of awards, but that was one that was really precious to her. Your founder, Ms. Schlafly, was a shining example of someone who always did what was right and stood up for what she believed in, no matter what the people around her were saying. That same attitude informs the work we do here at HUD each and every day as we continue our work in fulfilling President Trump's promise to elevate America's forgotten men and women. I'm pleased to report that just last month, the White House Council of Economic Advisors released a report on Opportunity Zones, one of our signature initiatives at HUD. Opportunity Zones are economically forgotten communities that are eligible for preferential tax treatment. There are 8,764 Opportunity Zones across the country, which are home to roughly 35 million Americans. The White House's report found that in just 2 years, Opportunity Zones have spurred $75 billion in private sector investment and created at least 500,000 new jobs in designated Opportunity Zone tracts. These new investments will lift at least 1 million Americans out of poverty and decrease the overall Opportunity Zone poverty rate by 11%. But that's not all. The Opportunity Zone designation alone has caused a 1.1% increase in home values within these zones, which translates into an estimated $11 billion in new wealth for low-income communities. Since the very beginning of his administration, President Trump promised to be a voice for those in America who have been left behind. And the success of Opportunity Zones proves he is delivering on that promise. But revitalization isn't the only way HUD is working to elevate America's forgotten men and women. Through rolling back some of the federal government's most onerous regulations, the Trump administration has also proved itself a staunch ally of the faith-based community. Just this summer, we announced a modification to the 2016 Equal Access Rule in order to better accommodate the religious beliefs of homeless shelter providers. Our new proposal allows single-sex and sex-segregated shelters to establish their own policy in accordance with state and local law to govern admissions for situations where an individual's gender identity does not match their biological sex. Mission-focused shelters such as these play a major role in elevating forgotten men and women all across America. President Trump understands this, and that's why his administration has worked to empower our faith-based organizations to act according to their beliefs, not mandate a single one-size-fits-all approach from Washington, which tramples on local laws and concerns. As Ms. Schlafly once said, the United States is the world's most stunning example of a nation that has peaceably and successfully assimilated people from many disparate cultures. As Americans, we must never give in to division. Our focus must always remain on what we have in common rather than what divides us. At HUD, I always like to say, we can't look for a Republican solution or a Democrat solution. We just look for the American solution. As patriots, we continue to honor the bold figures in history like Phyllis Schlafly for their virtues of courage and perseverance. And we look to their memories to guide and inform our actions today. Thank you for your support as the Trump administration fights for what's right in the days ahead. So thank you and God bless.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is a constitutional attorney, popular speaker, and the author of 20 books, including the new book, Feminist Fantasies, that reveals the feminist influence in the media, on college campuses, and right in your children's classrooms. And now here's the president of Eagle Forum, Phyllis Schlafly.
The presidential campaign this year is about many issues: the war, the economy, jobs, schools, abortion, and the definition of marriage. But I think one issue is paramount. We are expecting 2 or 3 Supreme Court vacancies in the next couple of years. And the big question is, who will appoint the justices to fill those vacancies? Their Supreme Court decisions will determine our rights and our culture for the next 30 or 40 years. The Republican platform adopted in Minnesota in September accurately states that judicial activism is a grave threat to the rule of law because unaccountable federal judges are usurping democracy, ignoring the Constitution. Well, indeed they are. And this platform says this abuse must stop. But how are you and I going to stop this abuse? We cannot fire the federal judges. What we can do is to elect a president who will appoint justices who respect the Constitution and do not try to write their own social and political preferences into the law of our land. The Republican platform states, and I quote, "We will insist on the appointment of constitutionalist judges, men and women who will not distort our founding documents to deny the people's right to self-government." John McCain supports that platform plank. The Democratic platform has no such statement. When the liberals cannot get their pro-gay or pro-abortion laws through Congress or state legislatures, they count on judges to make those decisions for them. That is unacceptable. Americans do not want to be ruled by an elite of judges in black robes who overrule the other two branches of government and ignore the will of the American people. Tomorrow you will have the opportunity to make your choice. Do you want a president who will appoint constitutionalist judges and respect our right to be governed by our elected representatives?
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Have you visited our website? It's your source for a conservative perspective on education, government, family, and the latest liberal agenda. At www.eagleforum.org, you can write Congress, join Eagle Forum, and download our Congressional Scoreboard, our first reading test, even this radio broadcast. Log on to eagleforum.org. Join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report. This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is an articulate spokesman in the media and before legislative committees on conservative and pro-family issues, and was named one of the 100 most important women of the century by the Ladies' Home Journal. And now here's the president of Eagle Forum, Phyllis Schlafly.
I hope nobody listening to this program will forget that tomorrow is Election Day. Our country needs your vote. And if you have any friends who might forget or who have difficulty getting to the polls, call them up and offer to drive them to the polls. So many issues that Americans care deeply about are up for grabs tomorrow. Let me list just a few. The majority of Americans believe that our country is going in the wrong direction. Well, if you believe that, this election is our opportunity to change course and take another road. Look at some of the moral issues. The Democratic Party platform endorses abortion for any reason whatsoever, and also endorses forcing the taxpayers to pay for all abortions. The Republican platform upholds the fundamental individual right to life of the unborn baby. The Democratic platform endorses same-sex marriage and calls for repeal of the Defense of Marriage Act. The Republican platform endorses traditional marriage and is determined to uphold the Defense of Marriage Act. The Democratic Party platform, in a very public vote of the entire Democratic Convention, split about equally on whether our unalienable rights are or are not God-given. The Republican Party platform leaves no doubt about respect for the fact that God is our creator, not government, and that He gave us our God-given rights. Religious liberty is on the chopping block in this election tomorrow. Our president wants to limit freedom to worship to inside a church and forbid any mention of God or religion in any public place. Republican candidates uphold the First Amendment as we have understood it for more than 2 centuries. This November election allows you a chance to make your choice about what kind of country you want America to be.
The clear and intentional assault on religious freedom by the Obama administration is documented in a new book by Phyllis Schlafly and George Neumeyer titled No Higher Power: Obama's War on Religious Freedom. You can help stop the campaign to secularize America. Get your copy of No Higher Power on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or eagleforum.org. That's eagleforum.org. Thanks for listening, and join us again for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Eagle Countdown. Thank you for being with us. We have a lot more attention online, eaglecountdown.com, because General Flynn a few hours ago tweeted that we would be here together with the great Sidney Powell, his attorney, and his friend. Although I have to say, Sidney, the best news for you, over the summer I got a tweet where he said, Joe Flynn said, Sidney's now a member of the Flynn clan, the family. So she totally, and I think that's like being in the mafia. You're protected now, the Flynns. Welcome back. Eagle Countdown, of course, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook Live, we're on Twitter. Folks are sending questions. I'm embarrassed to tell you, I was getting questions on here, John, and none of our team was telling me. I missed a couple of questions, one for Steve Daines, Senator Daines, and so I'm sorry about that, but send us your questions, keep getting them. We'll make sure we do it. This time I'm looking at my list here. But of course, Eagle Countdown, we were so excited 3 months ago. We were getting ready for Eagle Council. It was going to be today and last evening and tomorrow, and we were going to meet at the Trump Hotel. We were going to have all these events, and one of our favorite events is to have a big dinner where we celebrate the General Jack Singlaub Award for Service to America. General Singlaub is the chairman of the board of America's Future, an organization that's in the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles orbit, and he's an incredible hero. In fact, I've talked about his book over and over again. This book is called Hazardous Duty, and no less an authority than General Flynn, Mike Flynn, has said this is one of the greatest leaders, American leaders we've ever had, General Singlaub. He was a Jedburgh behind enemy lines in World War II. He then was a Jedburgh. He was then, after he was helping liberate Europe, France and Europe from the Nazis, they flew him to Japan. He was getting ready to invade Japan, and then they dropped the bomb. And then he served in Korea, Vietnam. He was fired by Jimmy Carter, which is even smarter and wiser. I mean, it's incredible. And then he went on in the 80s and was part of the group that was fighting against the communist threat in Latin America and South America. Just an extraordinary man. He's in his late 90s, and I'll never forget, John, you were there. We went down to Tennessee, me and John and General Flynn, sitting on the back porch, and these two generals are actually telling war stories, and John and I are trying to look like we belong. I don't know, John, but it was extraordinary. So thank you for being here for this part. We wish you were at Eagle Council, and we'll do that in January, late January next year. But we're doing this virtual Eagle Countdown because, as we've said, so many of our folks are online virtually with us, and we're trying to get our strategies and pay attention for the coming 42 days. And as Phyllis used to teach us for our Eagle Council, we come together, understand the issues better, and then go out and go out and make a difference in the political arena. So in a minute, we're going to do the honor of this award. But first, we want to welcome Sidney Powell. And I told Sidney, I've been bragging for a while, Newt Gingrich sent, I think he wrote a column or sent a tweet or something, and then I talked to him and he said, you got to read this book, License to Lie. This is how many years ago? Maybe 3 or 4?
At least 2 or 3. And
so this License to Lie, a book that Sidney Powell wrote, it's extraordinary. She has already had at that point this long career in the federal courts and in working, and wrote a book about how the justice system was getting off base. And so first of all, welcome Sidney Powell to the Phyllis Schlafly Center.
Thank you, it's beautiful.
Our Eagles love you, and we're glad you're here.
I love them too. They've been so supportive of me and General Flynn and their prayers and notes and cards. And
the second generation Eagle, where's Molly McCann? We get credit for that too. She's a
Yes,
second generation. Noreen
That's
McCann,
right.
her mom would be. She'd want us to make sure. She's one of the lawyers on General Flynn's team. So Sidney, back to the book for a second. License to Lie. You wrote that. When I read it, I thought, she's mad. You wrote it because what you saw was in your career as a lawyer, like, I'm doing this because the system is great, and you saw it. Tell me, you know what I mean? Tell me why you were writing that book.
Well, prosecutors are supposed to seek justice, not convictions. And that means, at least the way I was raised as a baby assistant U.S. attorney, if you've got to stand in front of the judge and tell him he cannot do something that's adverse to the defendant because that's not the law, then that's what you do. And so, I mean, there were multiple times in my career as a federal prosecutor in 3 different districts under 9 different U.S. attorneys from both political parties that I had to stand in court on behalf of the government and tell the judge he couldn't do something he wanted to do, to send a defendant to prison who wasn't supposed to go to prison then, or remand him to custody, or exceed the rules in any number of ways. And they don't do that anymore. I haven't seen that done in a number of years. And what I've seen instead, particularly in the last 20 years, is a very core group of prosecutors who are willing to do anything to win a conviction, whether it be make up crimes by piecing together parts of different statutes to make a crime out of something that wasn't, or making up, quote, facts, end quote, which obviously aren't facts if they're made up, but they make up the story to fit their, quote, narrative instead of trying to find the truth. And they have sent innocent people to prison while they've hidden the evidence that showed they're innocent.
So you write that book, and we were just talking to one of our Eagles. He was telling me about a lawyer friend of his in Philadelphia, based on some of the work you did on the honest services, on this honest services catch-all that was used to basically destroy people, and then you come back later if you happen to win. You won one in the Supreme Court, and it didn't matter. You'd already had the lives destroyed. By the way, I'm reminded of it's not the same, but I'm reminded of the man who killed himself. Was it yesterday or today?
Yes.
Because he was charged by a prosecutor who was going to be charged with murder after the prosecutor's first round had looked at him. This Nebraska man, I apologize for not remembering his name. But
I think it was in Portland.
Yeah, and the devastation that's wrought. But back to our friend, our Eagle said, what she did gave hope for a whole bunch of other people across the country. But so you're writing that book and you're seething. When you read it, you're like, this woman knows what she's saying and she's laying it out, but you're seething. When you finished it, did you think, well, if I tell people this, they'll see it, they'll get it, it'll change? And did it? It didn't, right? For a while.
It came out during the Obama administration, and all the high-level people unnamed by name in it were very high-profile members of the Obama administration. So there was an affirmative effort, I am sure now, to suppress the book. I had all kinds of problems with Amazon. Every time anybody went to order it, they were told they couldn't get it. Boxes of books went missing. I never got paid for them. It was just one problem after the other. You go to order it and the dogs of Amazon error message comes up, that kind of thing.
So you finally get it out, but still nothing was really changing. The irony of this is that one of the sort of heroes of the book was the judge who's in the case now, who was at least then looking and saying, why are these prosecutors lying to me or misleading me? But nothing really changed. The same people were still in power. They were getting ready to go into the...
Oh, they were promoted.
Yeah.
I mean, they went from being handpicked by the Bush administration for the Enron task force jobs, where they broke all the rules, made up crimes, made up facts, made up everything, hid the evidence that showed people were innocent. And then from there, they became Obama's longest-serving White House counsel, deputy director of the FBI, Andrew Weissman, Matthew Friedrich, who then micromanaged the prosecution of former Alaska Senator Ted Stevens, changing the balance of power in the Senate, costing him that Senate seat.
One after another.
Yep.
And what you, if I can go back and read backwards, when you read that book, you say, well, that looks like the permanent class in Justice Department, almost looks like the deep state, if you want to call it, but it was a permanent class of bureaucrats going in and out, and nothing was really changing. And so then you're watching the dynamic in the Trump administration saying, aha, now they've got some guys and gals in there that know what the score is. We'll see what they do. One of them, you didn't know him at the time personally, is General Flynn, who gets pushed out. And you're seeing, here comes Weissman and Mueller and the same crew back again, right?
Well, no. I knew as soon as Leslie Caldwell, who's also in the book as one of the villains, brought Andrew Weissman back into the Department of Justice to head the fraud section, that we were looking at what I was going to call a deep state transition team put in place to affect what we now know to be the coup, essentially.
Right.
And then when Mueller and Weissman joined on the Mueller hit squad, that was quite apparent.
So as of today, it is President Trump, one of the things we've done, we put together this book and of the top 100 promises made, promises kept, trying to remind voters, people, hey, this is what Trump ran on, this is what he did. And there's lots of them. There's 100 we have in here of the promises kept by this president. I ask everybody on Eagle Countdown, all our great speakers, we had Senator Grassley in earlier today, and Senator Cruz will be in tomorrow, and all sorts of folks, what's their favorite their most noteworthy promise kept? So I'll ask you that, although I want to ask you a follow-up on whether he's been able to take on the deep state. But what do you have one that you say, oh, that's one thing I knew the president ran on and he kept that promise?
I think mine is a bit broader. The whole concept of making America great again is taking us back to where we should have stayed the whole time, and that is on our founding principles. Whether it be our view of economics to release the restrictions that have, just crushed the business community, or whether it be going back to constitutionalist judges that we have so desperately needed. Everything he's done, I think, to make America great again has helped to, or been based on restoring focus on those fundamental principles of liberty and freedom and justice.
We're talking with Sidney Powell. We're getting comments on Facebook. One of the people said, Sidney Powell is such a great patriot. We're so excited she's coming to Iowa on October 17th. So maybe she'll decide she's running for president while she's in Iowa. But but people love you. You're getting comments. No, I want to go back though. President Trump, he gave a speech on October 25th, 2016, which he later described to people, a rally, that he said to a journalist, that was the first time he used the word drain the swamp. And he said the crowd reacted. They were like, whoa. And next night he did it again, he said. This is just 10 days before the election. And he said the reaction, and this is a guy that knows reactions, he said it was unbelievable. Has he been able to drain the swamp?
Well, I think he's been robbed of his first 4-year term, frankly. And the swamp calculated and deliberately set to rob him of it. What he's accomplished in the face of all that is extraordinary. I mean, he's accomplished more than the prior, 5 or 10 presidents all put together to restore the American dream for so many people. But we've got to get him another term.
Can I make the breaking news at Sidney Powell's calling for an extra term, a third term, because this first one didn't count? I think the president likes to do that at rallies. John, what do you think? John himself is an attorney and comes from a family of attorneys, notwithstanding Phyllis was an attorney too, but your father, you've been an observer of what the same thing we're talking about. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the American people didn't realize that the swamp extended to the Justice Department. That was something of a surprise. We knew there was a swamp in the State Department and the Department of Homeland Security and the Immigration and so on. So, but for our people in our group who have been supporting General Flynn, I think you can hear from Sidney's opening that no one has been better prepared from her training and experience to deal with the General Flynn outrage than Sidney Powell. And all of her work is available for everyone to go and see on the internet. Her wonderful briefs can be found at courtlistener.com. And if you want to listen to her argument before the 11 judges of the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, you can do that. I warn you, though, it's 3 hours. 4 hours. But if you fast forward, which is not easy to do, but if you get to the last 3 minutes of her presentation where she pulled it all together in a marvelous way, I mean, it was worth it to listen to that.
Thank you.
Sidney, if we can talk about the General Flynn case, I know you do quite frequently, and we can now.
Sure.
But General Flynn's case, he was represented along the way by lawyers, and you came in the middle. And you had a thought that, hey, I see who these players are, what they're doing to him. But that was how many years ago now? 2 years?
Oh, no, it's only been about 16, 17 months.
And it's dragging on. Our people all say they're doing this to keep him silent. They're doing this to hold him out of this time where his voice could be so big.
Yes, they are. I have no doubt about it. And just to increase and inflict additional punishment. The process is the punishment because they know the case has to be dismissed.
And is it at this point? Is it the judge who's dug in, or is it just the whole environment?
It's the judge in particular who is dug in.
And what happens next? For folks that have been watching General Flynn, they are hoping and praying that they can see him, hear his voice, because he's effectively the most popular American who cannot, because the way they put him in this box, speak general. He does a few things, right? He writes on key things, but not much. What's the next steps? What are the series of steps?
A week from tomorrow, we have a hearing back in front of Judge Sullivan who took the unusual act of filing his own brief in the D.C. Circuit asking for rehearing en banc. And we argued he's so invested in the case, there are no circumstances under which he can proceed without disqualifying himself. He just is too invested in it. But he is proceeding, and the Court of Appeals did not remove him from the case. So we've got the...
So that happens a week from today?
A week from tomorrow.
A week from tomorrow, and that'll be one of these marathon, will it be one of these marathon, 5-hour hearings? Will the judge, and are there cameras in that court? There's no cameras in that court.
No, I don't think, right now it's scheduled to be a telephone conference.
Oh.
I would guess it's going to stream.
Okay.
So that the public can hear it. But I don't think there are going to be cameras.
And what are the possible results of it?
Well, if they're going to follow the law, the only possible result is for the motion to dismiss filed by the government to be granted, because every single case in the country results in granting a government motion to dismiss. It's an issue of separation of powers. Only the Department of Justice can bring a prosecution, and for whatever reason they can terminate it. In this case, it happens to be over 100 pages of exculpatory evidence that was hidden from General Flynn, and the entire case was manufactured by the FBI. Rather significant findings in the last 6 or 7 months.
Right. So what do we get? What do we get after that hearing? What do we get? The possibilities are the judge comes into court and he says, "I now realize Sidney was right. I'll let the whole thing go." Right? Okay, that's not going to happen, right?
I'm sure that's not going to be the phrasing, even if it happens to be the end result.
But the more the other possibilities, not more likely, is he comes in and says, "That's all interesting. I'll get to it, and I'll go back to my chambers." And as I say, honor among pick the term you want, but they if somebody says it's going to take them 5 weeks to write an opinion, it's difficult to make them do something, right? Or
yes.
Or he wants to explain his signature on the dismissal. He could probably take 8 weeks through the election.
It'll be interesting to see how long he takes. The D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals told him to do it with dispatch. But we're ahead of the schedule he set by far already, because he was only going to ask for a scheduling conference by the 21st of September. So it'll be interesting to see.
Questions from some of our folks on Eagle Countdown and YouTube and Facebook. If someone as prominent and as honorable as General Flynn, with a long track record of service to his country, can face such an unjust prosecution, what does that mean for the average citizen? It seems pretty scary.
It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying.
Could we focus them on John, just to get him off of you and me? You know what I mean, John. Look into John. It seems, but seriously, when they say Biden is running for president, for example, and they won't say who his Supreme Court justices are because he won't give a list now, but we do know who would be in his Justice Department, right?
Oh,
And it's the same people that have been doing this all along.
Yeah,
right?
It would essentially be the Mueller task force put in charge of the Justice Department, with the possibility of even Andrew Weissman being Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General.
Right. They're not gonna quit, is my point. They're not gonna go, oh wow.
No, they will in fact choose more targets, and it will be political retribution on everyone who dared bow their backs against their oppression to begin with.
I'm going to wear my Creeps on a Mission t-shirt just for Sidney Powell.
Awesome.
Sidney Powell, Creeps on a Mission. Is it creepsonamission.com?
Yes,
creepsonamission.com. You just trust me, go there and you'll see the shirt and you'll buy one. It'll make you smile, if not.
And blow up the graphic to see all the detail, because you can't see all the detail on the shirt, but the graphic is hilarious.
Okay, another question for you. Will the people that did this, will they be prosecuted? Will they be held accountable?
Well, I have several reasons to think that they are certainly being investigated. So it depends on what all they did and what knowledge they had when they did it.
Is that the Durham report, or is it different than that?
I think it's part of the Durham investigation.
Durham investigation. John?
Well, is there enough time left in the president's first term to get that done?
Not finished, no.
No.
I mean, we've got to do everything humanly possible to get the vote out in person to make sure he gets a second term. Yes, we need more than 52% of every precinct in person voting for President Trump.
Now I want to. Remember, you got this. You're getting this award, the Singlab Award. Flynn got it, but General Flynn got it before. It's a big deal, and it's for service to the nation. So I'm playing it up. But your other book, which I'm embarrassed is over there, so I don't remember the name.
Conviction Machine.
Conviction Machine, which is a broader critique in a way. The first one is, if I could say, Sidney Powell pissed, and she wrote what they did. This one, Conviction Machine, your co-author and you said, hey, this system, here's what it's done to generate a conviction machine, and it's your co-author is not necessarily a conservative, right? He's a kind of, I don't know what you'd say, a civil libertarian, and
yes.
And so talk about because what it seems to me what you're saying is, in this fight, License to Lie, I saw how these guys were messing it up, and this book is they took the system and messed the system up.
Yes, they have completely abused and distorted the system and the process to achieve their social and political objectives. When the law is supposed to be a way of resolving disputes, not targeting individuals for destruction. So it's been totally perverted by these people that are willing to do anything to win at any cost for their own personal objectives.
But what is their objective? Is it just sort of power? Is it greed? So when I look at somebody, and I don't know if you want to do, yeah, you do, you're Sidney Powell, you do this all the time, but I mean, Andrew Weissman, he leaves government, he throws down his laptop and says, I was righteous, quits in such a way that if you're you and you're saying, where's the guy that did all this, he's already gone, back to $1 million a year job. And I think Comey is down at William and Mary Law School teaching ethics. Ethics. He's not even teaching like civil procedure. He's teaching ethics. So is it just that they're almost like a plaything? That for them it's just power and out to make money, is there an ideological angle? What is your sense of it?
Well, for one thing, their hubris knows no bounds. So they're so narcissistic they can justify anything they want to do from their own perspective. Another is pure power and their lust for that. For Weissman, Mark Levin said it best, I think. He views these prosecutions in which he destroys people as a blood sport.
Does the President of the United States, have you ever talked to him personally, you and him?
Yes.
Does he know what's going on?
I think he's got a pretty good idea. He's
Because
witnessed it up close and personal now.
Yeah, it's not a theoretical question for President Trump anymore. So what happens next? Not for General Flynn, but in general in this country. What Trump wins a second term? What is the next step that we need to believe can happen?
Well, the people that are responsible for all aspects of the coup and the manufactured prosecutions of General Flynn and probably others need to be held accountable with indictments until they are actually indicted for things like obstruction of justice and their own perjury to Congress and manufacturing documents, any number of things that they are. There's a lot of evidence that they actually did. We don't have a rule of law because so far it's only been Republicans that have been prosecuted, and wrongly so, when the actual crimes were committed by the Democrats and the people in power. So we need a massive effort to root out corruption in our government itself and all of these people to be held accountable for it.
Early in your career, you were an assistant United States attorney, so as a federal prosecutor for a decade, maybe a lot of legal work. Not a lot of times people are prosecuted for like a hot minute. They do like a year, and then they come out, and the rest of their life they say, I was a federal prosecutor. You did 10 years, a lot of litigation, a lot of cases. But in 10 years as an assistant U.S. attorney, one of the things you would do is work hand in glove with the FBI.
Yes.
With special agents, that your whole case would rely on what they put together and what they did. And I suspect your experience, I was in law school with Jeff Jensen. He was an FBI agent going to school at night. And Jeff Jensen's like this 6'2", totally together, hotshot guy. Back then I remember being like, wow, that's Jeff. Like, he just was an FBI agent. They were the best of our people, trained to be the best. They put aside their biases. I mean, he probably had biases, but he put them aside to be an FBI agent. Today, after what we've seen, can we reform the FBI? Can you actually fix it, or is it is it rot so much from the top that it's sort of damaged it beyond belief? Jimmy Gagliano, who's on CNN, and he was sort of a half defender of Comey, said, I don't believe it, I know our system. And then about a year ago maybe, he wrote and said, I'm sorry, I got to say, I see it. This is not acceptable. It's beyond the pale.
I think he actually said when he read our briefs, he realized and saw the exhibits we attached.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, all of those are available free at my website, SidneyPowell.com.
SidneyPowell.com. Okay, so back to this. Can you the FBI, early in your career, this was how you did this. You honorable people and all. And not every FBI agent's bad, but it's pretty endemic at the top.
Yes, I think it's probably permeated a lot more than the top. Otherwise, people would have come forward in outrage at what was going on. I mean, granted, they tried to keep the group small, but there were a lot of other people that had to know.
Right.
In fact, we now know, actually, I think we learned it during one of the IG reports, that there was the agent in New York that had seen all the Hillary Clinton emails and tried to report it, and they came and wiped his computer.
Right. Right. So can we reform the FBI?
Yes, it can be reformed.
Will you do it?
I might.
John?
Sidney, let's see. We haven't mentioned the Attorney General yet, Bill Barr. He seems like a man with some very excellent qualities. He speaks well. He's willing to go toe-to-toe with the Democrats in Congress. And yet he hasn't cleaned house in his Justice Department. How do you size up Attorney General Barr?
I really like him. I think he's a man of extraordinary integrity, and he understands the importance of the rule of law. I am looking forward to seeing some indictments soon. I think that's going to be the biggest indicator of actual progress in cleaning things up. There may be more that can be done to accomplish those objectives inside the department itself, but I know also it's not as easy looking at it from the outside as it might be trying to deal with it from the inside.
I'll never forget
a very diplomatic response.
That was I'll never forget just to tell this anecdote, because a lot of our folks, so we our Eagle Countdown, a lot of our issues we talk about on the March for Life. All the kids that were marching at the March for Life, marching down Constitution, I guess it is, where the department, where the Attorney General's office is, and there's a little balcony, and out came Bill Barr, and my daughter was at the Catholic school, and they were all like, "Who's that guy?" And I said, "It's Bill Barr," and they chanted, "We love Bill Barr," and he waved, and most people in that kind of thing, the political, it feels like to me, would have come out, shown their face, to take a picture. He stayed for like an hour and a half. He was watching. It was all the crowd down below, and it was pretty cool. But
I think he's surrounded by a lot of alligators.
Now, explain that.
Yeah.
Who are the alligators?
Well, you don't have to say who they are, but what do you mean?
Well, I mean, I think that, Obama, without a doubt, embedded everyone he could possibly embed into the civil service position, despite the fact they were originally in political appointments. They then, for the last 2 years of his term, put him in every civil service position or senior executive service position they could find for them. So he's absolutely surrounded by people who are loyal to Obama and his view of the law and the world, which is not the United States Constitution.
The State Department, when Trump won, the State Department was rapidly transitioned a whole bunch of people to these civil service jobs, and they as you say, embedded them in to wait out the plan was to wait out the administration. People, by the way, are saying they want you to run for president now, also in 2024. So that's pretty good.
I hope I don't have to do that.
No, that wouldn't. You know what I was going to say? I met with somebody from the White House, and they said, Trump loves the term from real estate. He says, I like the killers. There's all these killers, like people that are not afraid to fight. Sidney Powell's she is not afraid to fight, like U.S. Grant. So You're the second question we ask all of our Eagle Countdown people, and then we'll get to talking a little bit about Singlob, so we can leave you alone to your a lot of work you have to do. But we ask people, what should they do in the next 42 days, even after that? If you care about what's going on in the country, our Eagles all across the country, they care about these issues at every level. Someone said about your book, if it weren't for Sidney and her book, it feels like we wouldn't even know about this stuff. We wouldn't know about Weissman. I mean, Gingrich is at the middle of so many things, but Gingrich at a certain point was telling people like me, read her book. And then I read her book, I was like, holy cow. I mean, it's so, but we wouldn't have known this if it hadn't happened. And then General Flynn at a certain moment, and his wife and his brother said, you got to go get Sidney Powell to do this, right? And he does it. Nobody, usually at that high level of a litigation, you don't fire your lawyers. It's a tough thing to do, right? Because you're in for a lot of, so all this miraculous stuff. But what can people, we feel like the game is rigged. So between
rigged.
So between now and Election Day, how do we unrig it? And by the way, let's say it differently. If they did this to General Flynn, if they did this to lots of citizens, now they know they have to do it to the elections. Won't they do it to the elections?
Oh, they're pulling out all the stops to do everything they can to create fraudulent ballots, stuff the ballot box in more ways than one, then plan to litigate and throw everything into massive chaos for the elections to try to make it come out the way they want it to come out. So what we need to do is talk to everybody we know, all of our friends, family, talk about it in the beauty shop, talk about it in the grocery store, talk about the real issues and all that President Trump's been able to accomplish everywhere you go between now and the election. Be willing to work the polls, be willing to work supervising the vote count, be willing to work anywhere, anytime to make sure the election is fair and the rules are followed, and to get everybody out in person to vote for President Trump. We've got to have another 4 years to begin to straighten this out, and then we're going to need a decade or more to really completely turn it around.
Well, I don't think I need to justify on our Eagle Countdown listeners how we, and it was General Flynn along with General Singlob and myself and John, a few others, talking about who to honor this year, that are honoring the General Singlob Award for service to America. John, do you want to say, I know you're on General Singlob, but I want to say a little bit more about him and his life. And I know you always have a way of saying what could be or needs to be said. Do you have any thoughts on General Singlob?
Well, General Singlob had such a great career, military career and civilian career. My mother, Phyllis Schlafly, was very close to General Singlob. They worked together on a number of projects, and including in the last couple of decades of her life on the board of America's Future, a great organization which is about 75 years old. Mm-hmm. And someone who is just solid on everything, on every issue that comes across the line. As General Singlob is someone who can rely on, and so it's a great symbol for this award.
And if you read Hazardous Duty, this book, General Singlob's book, it's his memoir, and it talks about when he was a young man. He wanted to go to West Point, and he wanted to go to the military academy, and he went and he got to his congressman. His congressman said, sorry, your father's the wrong political party. I can't let you into West Point. And General Singlob said, okay, and he went to UCLA, and he took all the courses that he could find at UCLA that matched West Point. And his mother had made him study French as a boy. I think she was a librarian. And then at UCLA, he took Japanese. So by the time he was and he joined the Army, and he became a jumper, and he was jumping down at Fort Benning. And the famous Wild Bill Donovan, who was heading up the OSS, sent down, I think it was Casey, and said, find me some guys who can come down. And they got Singlob. And Singlob spoke French and Japanese. And they said, put him in. And he became a Jedburgh. And if you don't know about Jedburghs, the Jedburghs, 3 at a time in plain clothes, jumped behind enemy lines and ran the resistance. And of 300 of them, 100, I get goosebumps, 150 were executed. When they got caught, you were executed. They gave them cyanide caplets, it's in the book, and they famously gave them cyanide caplets to take if you got caught. And Singlob refused to take his with him. He just left it behind because he didn't plan to get caught, and he didn't. And so he runs the resistance in the war, and there's a little street in one of the towns in France named after Singlob, General Singlob. And after he finishes the war, they say, this is great, behind enemy lines. And they said, oh, you speak Japanese. You're going to the Pacific. And they sent him to the Pacific. And he was with Ho Chi Minh as they prepared to invade Japan. And they knew when they invaded Japan, they would lose hundreds and hundreds of thousands. He was going to parachute in first and take out the bridges and then start in behind the thing. And then they dropped the bomb. And so he didn't have to invade. And then after that, it continues. All kinds of amazing stories. But about 6 years ago, General Singlob, who was friends with Phyllis and I knew, sent me speeches by this guy named Mike Flynn. And he said, this guy, Singlob said, you got to watch this guy. This guy is the guy to watch, just General Mike Flynn. And I said, okay, and so I printed them out and I had them. And then years later, we met. So General Flynn has helped with this award. General Singlob has been our anchor on this. And so we give out an award every year. And we're going to make Sidney come back to our Eagle Council in January, February, so we can do a bigger ceremony with all our people there. But this is the General Jack Singlob Award for service to America. The first awardee was General Mike Flynn, and today you can hear from her career, not just as General Flynn's lawyer, although that's extraordinary, but her career now for 25 years of saying America needs something different. And I think, God wills it, these next years she's going to be one of the people that really helps us continue to make America great again. So we're just so honored you could be with us, and all you people at Eagle Countdown watching, you're jealous because we're all going out after this to go out to dinner and hang out, which is the best part of these kinds of things. So, but we just want to say how much we appreciate you and how much we know God's put you in our nation's history in a very special way. So we're happy to give you an award, but more to say thank you for what you're doing.
No, thank you. There's no way I can measure up to what General Flynn and General Singlob have done for this country or anybody else that served in our military. I mean, those are just extraordinary, heroic accomplishments. But I am very honored to receive this.
Well, and I'll do this just to get in trouble, but you're young. See, Flynn and Singlob are older guys. Now, General Flynn will kill me, but General Singlob is, 97, I think. So you got a lot of work to do. So I think we're going to take a break and show a commentary and come back, and we'll just continue to thank Sidney, and then we got one more guest, I think, on Eagle Countdown. So if you have questions or comments, keep them coming. Thank you, Sidney, for being here and for everything you do. And we'll be watching, or John will be listening next week to the hearing, and he'll give us an update on that. So we'll be right back. Thank you.
This is the Phyllis Schlafly Report. Mrs. Schlafly is a commentator, president of the national pro-family organization Eagle Forum, and author of The Power of the Christian Woman. Now with today's report, here's Phyllis Schlafly.
The right to vote is one of the most valuable rights that American citizens have. This is the one time when everybody in the country is equal to everybody else. Each of us has just one vote. Many don't exercise that vote, and therefore they really don't have much right to complain about the policies of our government because they have not helped to elect the right people to office. Many people do not vote because they think that one vote doesn't matter, or that what they are doing on Election Day is more important than taking time to go to the polls. If you look through history, you will find that there were many times when only one or only a few votes determined major events. Hitler took the leadership of the Nazi Party in 1923 by a margin of just one vote. The Draft Act in World War II, just a few months before Pearl Harbor, passed Congress by only one vote. Thomas Jefferson won the U.S. presidency over Aaron Burr when the election was thrown into the House of Representatives by only one vote. John Quincy Adams became president in a deadlock in 1824 by only one vote. Rutherford B. Hayes became president over Samuel Tilden in 1876, again by just one vote. Texas was admitted to the Union in 1845 by just one vote. The English language was chosen to be the language of the United States in 1775 by only one vote. Lyndon Johnson was elected to the U.S. Senate from the state of Texas by a margin of only 87 votes. President Kennedy was elected to the White House in 1960 by a margin of only 1 vote per precinct in the state of Illinois, which was a crucial state and assured his election. Over the 10 years that we fought the battle of the Equal Rights Amendment, I could name 20 of our key state legislators who were elected by a margin of fewer than 50 votes. Voting is a very valuable right. It is part of our priceless American heritage. I urge you to exercise your citizen's duty, your responsibility to your fellow man, and your duty to future generations in voting today.
This has been the Phyllis Schlafly Report, presented by Eagle Forum, leading America's pro-family movement since 1972. For a free copy of Eagle Forum's pamphlet on the 18th anniversary of our organization, write to Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. Please include your name and address and ask for the anniversary report. That address again, Eagle Forum Radio, Alton, Illinois 62002. And join us again next time for the Phyllis Schlafly Report.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Eagle Countdown. We're just we got the crowd out. Sidney Powell was well, that was really fun, and thank you to General Flynn. I mentioned him teasing, but he tweeted about this opportunity to honor Sidney, and we're going to do that also at our Eagle Council in late January or February. But remember, as we get together, we're talking all this time on the Eagle Countdown about what's happening at this moment. What's happening on policy, what's happening for going forward in the next 42 days, and then beyond that. In fact, one of the folks that was on Facebook sent me a comment. Oh wait, here's another. Yeah, sent me a comment on what would the agenda be of a new Congress, and they said if it was all Republican. That's a great question, right? And there's some of those things that we started to talk about, what the policies could be. Earlier, Jamison Coppola was talking about school choice, how that could make a difference. And we're really grateful. Roger Severino made time to come over with us here at the Phyllis Schlafly Center, our DC Center. He's the director of the Office of Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS we all say, and he was also was at Heritage, headed up the center there, the DeVos Center for Religion and Civil Societies and Attorneys, worked in the Department of Justice. He has been around the conservative movement, but Roger, one of the things we were so excited about was your position in HHS has been somewhat unique, not somewhat, totally unique. Tell us why and how it came about.
It's been a bit of a revolution to the office. So many civil rights offices are somewhat sleepy in a lot of ways. They were founded in the civil rights movement, and thankfully we don't have the rampant racial discrimination we used to have. So at HHS, it was desegregating the hospitals. That was what really brought OCR to life. We don't have that level of discrimination on the basis of race anymore, thank God. And then the mission has expanded to cover other protected classes, disability rights, sex, age, etc. One thing that was left behind, however, was conscience and religious freedom. Of all the civil rights, that's in the First Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
right at the very beginning, right there in black and white, part of the foundation of our country. Yet in these civil rights offices throughout the federal government, you don't see a focus on conscience and religious freedom. And that is a shame, because not only is it in the Constitution, it is in our laws. Congress has time and time again protected religious freedom and conscience through statutes. We have the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. That was what protected the Little Sisters of the Poor from the HHS contraceptive mandate. Right? This was one of the outgrowths of Obamacare, forcing nuns to have insurance coverage for contraceptives for fellow nuns, which made no sense to anybody except a bureaucrat at HHS.
Right.
And we started a new division. I launched it following the president's footsteps to protect religious freedom, a new division dedicated just to conscience and religious freedom within HHS, within the Civil Rights Office, to at least create parity with every other civil right. You have all the civil rights, which are incredibly important. Don't leave conscience and religious freedom behind. It has pride of place, and we're enforcing it. We have dedicated career staff now that are permanent because we want it to be part of the fabric of the federal government, to change the culture of government from one of hostility that would go after nuns and and threaten to shut them down with fines, to welcoming everybody of whatever faith to have an equal seat at the table, so government doesn't discriminate but protects. And I'll touch on the issues of nurses and abortion and how it all comes together, but we've created an institution to outlast whatever administration's in place.
So, I don't know if I was telling Rebecca about this. Rebecca Gantner, who is our Washington, D.C. executive director of Phyllis Schlafly Eagles. When I was in private law practice, I was a lawyer for some pharmacy owners when Rod Blagojevich, the governor of Illinois, started changing the laws to try to force them to dispense RU-486 and contraception and all. And a lot of the action was at the state level. There was the governors were doing things, and they were trying to fit within is the problem of conscience. And Rebecca can mention this too with the COVID thing. I think reasonable people can say, hey, we got to do something. There is a disease. But one of the groups that seemed to get targeted was religious communities, right? Worship and all. Is the action now, as you point out, federal? Is it state? Where is it? How do people, cultivate conscience protection?
Mm-hmm. It's definitely both.
Yeah.
When you have the growth of the federal government and the administrative state,
right,
you're going to have church-state conflicts, right? As the federal government grows, religious freedom will tend to shrink,
yeah,
especially on issues of human concern, the beginning of life, the end of life, questions of marriage, identity, all these things where people of faith have an important voice. The more the government tries to take over that space, the more you're going to hit conflict at the federal level.
Right.
That's one of the reasons we have the Conscience Division, to be a watchdog, to make sure the federal government doesn't infringe people's rights.
Right.
There's another side of the coin, and these are federal laws that prohibit discrimination by states. So we saw the state of California and the state of Hawaii go after pregnancy resource centers that are pro-life, designed to help women, to give them alternatives to abortion. Those states were requiring these pregnancy resource centers to refer for free or low-cost abortion. Can you imagine that? A woman comes in and says, the state of California requires me to tell you where you can get an abortion. That's exactly contrary to their mission. Right. They sued and won some relief at the Supreme Court. We came in and said, you've also violated federal law, the Wellman Amendment. It says you cannot discriminate on the basis of refusing to pay for, cover, or refer for abortion. We did a conscience regulation to give life to these laws that Congress has passed, to make sure that no nurse or doctor is compelled to assist in an abortion, right?
Right.
We had a case in Vermont, the University of Vermont, where a nurse was coerced into assisting in an abortion. When she entered the practice to help save lives, she was forced on pain of losing her job to help take a life.
Wow.
That's against the law. So we issued notice of violation in California, notice of violation against the University of Vermont, to hold them accountable, because federal funds are at stake at the state level and grant recipients. These are laws, no matter what people think about Roe v. Wade.
Right.
You don't force others to pay for it, or perform it, or refer for it, or cover for it.
Yeah, and the thing that's a surprise is that it hadn't existed before. What you said, you created, created the vision because
the enforcement.
Yeah, the enforcement of it. It hadn't. I mean, I guess maybe the fact is that it's a new issue. The intrusion on conscience is a new issue. We used to have more. We had frankly more Catholic hospitals and Presbyterian hospitals, and they would not have done those things there. We have less of those, and we have more federal payment of health care, right? So they try to create the requirement. Rebecca, we had been talking about some questions beforehand.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Roger, for your work. Along the lines of what you're saying, if healthcare professionals are forced to participate in an abortion, what recourse can they take? What do they need to do?
Contact us. Absolutely contact us. hhs.gov/OCR. hhs.gov/OCR is our web complaint portal. You can learn about the laws that protect people. They protect healthcare providers. They protect people on the patient side as well. They protect against forced sterilization, abortion, assisted suicide, in research programs if people have religious moral objections as well. In insurance, these are many different issues that are covered under the gamut. So if there's a health issue where there's a crisis of conscience, where you think your rights may be violated, or religious discrimination, file a complaint with us. Now, there's another thing to be very much aware of. As the federal government grows, they're doing it through regulations. And we've issued regulations to help create protections for conscience and religious freedom. and it requires people, anybody, to comment.
Right.
That is your opportunity to register your voice
Yep.
and comment during the regulatory rulemaking process. This is the new version of democracy. It's not what the founders envisioned, but it's what we got, and that's what governs people's lives on a day-to-day basis, are regulations. So get familiar with regulations.gov. When there's a regulation that is of interest to you, that touches on life, religious liberty, conscience, any other issue you care about, comment, because your voice will be heard, will be taken into account by law. They all must be read, they all must be responded to substantively. And if you don't comment, you lose your opportunity to raise that argument, and it has consequences down the line. And it makes for a better product. People come up to us in the comment period, they raise issues we had not thought of, consequences or implications we had not thought of, and we adjust and adapt, and that's the way it's supposed to work.
We're talking with Roger Severino, and he said a couple things. HHS.gov/OCR, Office of Civil Rights, OCR, if you want to go find out more, if you have an issue, if you have a complaint. And, there's no, it's not like if you complain and you're, say, wrong, like you don't get penalized. You don't have to pay a fee. You don't get, nobody comes and says,
you don't need a lawyer.
Yeah, you don't need a lawyer, and so it's a little bit of a, it's free help. Even if I comment or if I file a complaint, I've got to file a fee or something. Roger, one of the things at Eagle Countdown, we're supposed to have our Eagle Council in person. We had to delay that till January because of all this stuff. And so we're doing this virtual gathering, lots of different people. And two sort of through lines that I've tried to keep asking our guests is, one is after 3.5 years, and maybe I know your answer because you're part of it, but I made 100 of Trump's top promises made, promises kept, what they are, renegotiating NAFTA. And so I asked people, our guests, what's your number one Trump administration promise kept that they ran on, that they, and maybe it's related to your work, maybe it's outside
it is,
that. But
indeed, and I think there's no more important issue than the issue of life. And a correlative to that is religious freedom. They really go hand in hand. President Trump, without question, has been the most pro-life, religious liberty president in history, without question. And we've seen the policies that never would have seen the light of day in previous Republican administrations become actual policy, right? He actually was able to defund Planned Parenthood.
Right.
He actually did pass a Title X regulation, no more funding of overhead for abortion clinics. He restored the Mexico City policy and expanded upon it to make sure that we're not funding overseas abortion and abortion advocacy. Our conscience work, our conscience rule and regulations to make sure that people aren't forced to pay for abortions or perform abortions against their will. The list goes on and on and on, and the accomplishments have not stopped. And he's been relentless in defending life and religious freedom in a way that we've not seen with any other president. He's issued multiple executive orders, and there's still more to come. There's still more to do, but we should be able to take solace in the promise made and a promise kept when it came to life and religious freedom. And he speaks in a way that other presidents have not on the question of human life in the debate with Hillary Clinton. He spoke without holding back at all. And you see it filter down throughout the rest of the federal government. And now HHS, in our strategic plan, we say explicitly that we're here to defend and protect the health and well-being of all Americans from conception till natural death. And that's in black and white because it sends an important, strong message as to where our values are.
So, and following up, however, you mentioned a lot of it's regulatory, which it kind of raises the stakes every time now about who the president is, right? Because if the president changed, the new administration, they'd put in a new one of you, and they wouldn't just be rolling it back, they'd be racing to roll it back, but they'd also be rolling it towards antagonism to some of these groups, right? So, I mean, in a funny way, you mentioned that we are where we are. It's the administrative state. And I think you're one, by the way, regulations.gov is a place to watch, to comment. It sounds, and Roger makes a great point, that the requirement is that they actually read this and respond. So you're sort of, if you want to, you can think that you're putting, positive sand in the gears when, where they're going. If you don't like it. If you like it, you're like, keep going. But the worry would be, you change out the top, you're going to get a different, and you regulate and roll it back, right?
The question of religious freedom and conscience should not be up for debate. And it isn't, because Congress has passed it with bipartisan majorities year after year after year. The Religious Freedom Restoration Act was passed unanimously in the House of Representatives and 97-3 in the Senate. Bill Clinton signed it into law.
Right.
Ted Kennedy, major sponsor. So these issues should not be up for debate. And we've just given it its rightful place. That's all we've actually done, is provided the same tools we have for every other civil right, but applying it to conscience and religious freedom that's in our laws and our statutes.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we've acted to change the culture of government, and we've held people accountable when they violate the law. And now we have an institutional structure to make sure that whoever sits in my chair as the Director of the Office for Civil Rights, it won't matter. Just like I'm not undoing civil rights in any other respect.
I see, yeah.
When Congress passes a law, that's the law. But it takes a will to actually put it into practice. And that's all we're doing. And I am fully confident it will carry on into the future. A, because it's the law. B, because we have the structures. And 3, because it's the right thing to do. It really is. Who wants to actually force a nun to assist in an abortion when they always have alternative people that are willing to do it? I mean, even if you're on right or left of the issue, people of goodwill generally see that you shouldn't coerce people to go against their conscience in that way.
Yeah. Rebecca, you had another question or comment?
Yes. HHS released a conscience rule, I believe it was in 2019, and there's a couple of lawsuits now. Are you able to give an update on that, where they'll stand?
Yes. So we had a conscience rule that came in, was pared back under Obama dramatically, and we restored and expanded upon it in a way that really just provides the enforcement tools for like every other civil right. That's really what it does.
Mm-hmm.
It was in litigation. The comment process, we appreciated. We had something like 250,000 comments.
Wow.
Pretty incredible. So if you didn't comment, you should have. You missed your chance because they make a difference. It's still tied up in litigation, but it does not mean we're not enforcing the law. We still have the statutes that Congress passed. We still have the preceding reg that authorized my office. We still have Congress who actually specifically said my office has authority over assisted suicide claims under Obamacare. That was one of the good things out of Obamacare, was that it said you can't violate people's conscience on assisted suicide, and it gave my office authority. So those things are in place. We're still enforcing the law. We're still going after states like California for requiring universal abortion insurance. Literally, nuns are being required to provide abortion insurance for fellow nuns in California. Again, how does that make sense to anybody? So the laws are still in place. We're still enforcing it under the old regulation, while the current new regulation is in litigation.
What would you like to see in the next 4 years? You know, what are the? You mentioned there's more to be done, more steps. What are the more steps? Is there need for Congress to get straight and do more? Is it just the momentum of these issues that will sort of solidify? Do you need do you wish for or hope that there's a Supreme Court clarification of something? What if you could have the Roger Severino wish list of things to happen in the next 3, 4, 5 years?
Sure. On the question of gender identity, clarification with respect to religious protections under RFRA. Justice Gorsuch said that's an important issue to be decided and clarified soon. So clarity on that. I mean, I have my views that religious freedom is incredibly important, and you could actually have some coexistence with any other civil rights law, because that's been the tradition throughout. Right. So we have Title IX exemption for religious organizations under sex, etc. So I think they actually go well together. And also when it comes to human life, we did a lot on disability rights, because we see that as part of a pro-life initiative. We've worked on crisis standards of care during COVID, so to make sure that people aren't put at the end of the line for a ventilator if there's ever a shortage. Thank God there's not been a shortage, but some states had said people with, for example, what they call it severe mental retardation, would be flatly ineligible for a ventilator. Imagine that, based on a disability. You know, say somebody with Down syndrome. We sprung into action, and states have changed their policies because of our work on that area. We see that as a pro-life initiative that brings people from left and right together on disability rights, because it's the defense of human life. I want to see more of that when it comes to children with Down syndrome. Iceland has said that they have cured their problem, quote unquote, with Down syndrome children, because they have eliminated all children with Downs in Iceland. That is chilling.
Wow.
I don't want our country to be in that position. I want us to welcome everybody as equal human beings, regardless of their ability. And disability rights has been an important initiative that we don't want to leave undone. So we want to see that pushed through soon and in the years ahead.
I want to make sure to hit those websites you just told me, so I'm looking for them. hhs.gov/OCR, Office of Civil Rights. And regulation.gov, that's a good one for us to look forward. We're winding down, Roger, so the next 42 days, people care about these issues. They say, hey, I see the direction that Roger Severino and his office has been able to do. I feel like that's in the values I want. I mean, your job's not you're not campaigning, you got a job, but what should people be, how should they be talking about these issues? Where do they fit into the fabric of our political landscape? You don't hear a lot about them in a way. You don't get, they don't become, so how should people think about them and talk about them?
Two ways. Figure out what your government is doing, not just for you, but to you, right? So you have to be involved, and it could be at the state level, it could be at the federal level. And when you think your conscience rights may have been violated, file a complaint with us. OCR, hhs.gov/OCR. What I find, a lot of people from the conservative persuasion or people of faith are hesitant to ever raise the issue when they feel discriminated against. In part because, to their credit, they could take a lot, and they take up the cross, they bear the sufferings, et cetera, et cetera. This is just our lot. If you stick up, your neck for what you believe in, you expect these costs. Okay, that's fine, but help us help you, right? So when you feel that, especially when it comes to healthcare or human services, your rights have been violated, you have to let us know. You have to let us know, because that's the way we can do something about it, through either regulations or through enforcement actions, or Congress to hear about it and pass laws, or the courts. Of course, the president has done a fantastic job on courts to make sure they're constitutionalist judges that will defend people's conscience and religious freedom rights. So people won't have to actually complain in court as well to bring those issues all the way up. So be educated, be aware, and if you think your rights have been violated, do not hesitate to speak up.
Well, thank you, Roger. And let me say another word. Our Eagle Countdown viewers, many of them have listened to my radio show or our podcasts, and one of our guests often is your wife, Carrie Severino, who is in her own right a phenomenal presence for conservatives, for men and women of faith. She's a writer now. She's got that book that's been such a success, and she's recently been battling some health issues. We've been all praying for her in my family, and I know she mentioned she's doing better, but she's extraordinary. It's a great couple. How many children, by the way?
6 children.
6 children. So they're busy people. These are busy people. And so thank you, Roger. And tell your wife we send our best, and we appreciate her too. And thank you for everything you're doing. Did I miss anything?
You got it.
I got it. Okay, great.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Roger. And we appreciate, thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to finish up just a few minutes with everybody here on Eagle Countdown to let you know tomorrow we've got Senator Rand Paul, we've got Ted Cruz, Congressman Heiss, Paul Teller will be in, Joe Flynn, a whole bunch more. And do me a favor. 2 things tonight. Help tell your friends about the Eagle Countdown. We'll be back again at 4 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow for another 4.5 hours. We've got a lot of great speakers, but pass it on to other people. These Eagle Countdown days, what we've been doing, we're doing this to educate ourselves, to fortify ourselves. I didn't know a lot of what Roger Severino was just telling me, and I also didn't know where to go to find out more. And so when we hear that, we want to fortify ourselves and get ourselves on top of these issues, because it's such an important time, and we will be continuing to do that. Your comments are always welcome. Send us your comments, send us your thoughts, and we will, if we don't get to them while we're in here, we'll follow up afterwards and do that. Let me see what else. Oh, on the top of, on EagleCountdown.com, right at the center on the bottom is a link to Be an Eagle. Please go and check out how you can be an Eagle, be a member of our organization. There's lots of benefits you get there, but really what we're trying to do is continue to pull together our group of folks who, as Phyllis Schlafly used to teach us, understand conservative policies, understand the principles, understand how it fits together, but then understand politics, how to make a difference. Roger's tip on regulations, knowing how to make your voice heard. You can yell out loud, it's really good, or you can figure out how to make your voice heard in a way that echoes a lot longer than your yell might be, especially if you're outside and you're social distancing or anything. Also, don't forget to get this book, Promises Made, Promises Kept. You can go to pmpk2020.com or also on phyllisschlafly.com. You get that. Give it to your mother-in-law who doesn't believe that Trump has accomplished anything except tweeting. It'll help break her down and maybe get one vote. Or I used to always say, tell her the election is November 4th, and we'll go from there. Although now that may not matter because there's plenty of late voting, it looks like. We'll see. But Anyway, we're finished for tonight. Thank you to our team, Ryan and Jordan, Joanna, Rebecca, all these pieces coming together to have this time together, and thousands of you. We're so grateful for the chance to do this work, to be together and to continue building what's so great about our Phyllis Schlafly Eagles and our organization, all of the people involved. So we'll look forward to tomorrow, eaglecountdown.com. Get yourself signed up for a reminder if you don't have one, 4 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. And we got a lot more to cover. So thank you all. We'll look forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
And this is where we are in this country right now.
Trump promised to stop the carnage, and yet every day he makes sure it continues.
Trump has made it clear that reality is not important to him.
Hope, but this president, Hope, no, he can't even go through the motions.
His meandering screed was not close to anything one would normally expect or accept of a president, but that shouldn't surprise us.
It's about sanity. It's about somebody who makes stuff up, who doesn't read.
But Donald Trump is the last person I would trust in my kid's safety.
My 10-year-old knows better than what he just said.
Twitter? You shouldn't be allowing this, and you should be taking these tweets down.
The way that this is being covered right now suggests that Donald Trump somehow is getting away with all of these lies.
This president traffics in racism.
He is a racist through and through.
The president has the temperament of a toddler and the mind of a white supremacist.
But Donald, you're a sick person. You're really a cruel, sick, disgusting person.
The American people will come first once again.
The grassroots can organize and take on all the powers that be and defeat them.
Not all leaders are born. Leaders can be made. You can make yourself a leader.
Be a leader to make a difference. And I did believe and do believe that we can do it.
But if I get elected president, I will bring it back bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and we will make America great again.
We need you, and we can do it if we work together.
We are called to be faithful and to give it everything we've got and leave it all on this field. And then we trust him for the outcome.
We have the talent and the resources and the commitment of people right here in this room to turn our country around, to turn it in the right direction instead of the left direction.
We will honor the American people with the truth and nothing else.
You're either for the Constitution or you're not. You either believe in the Constitution the way the people wrote it, and you believe in the laws the way that we, the people, wrote them, or you want to impose your own values.
And we do need leaders like you in the conservative movement who have the courage of your convictions and who you can get other people to come along and join you.
We are counting on you to educate your representatives and public officials about these issues.
There is nothing that we cannot accomplish according to the grace of Almighty God who we serve. There's no victory we cannot win. There are no odds too long.
It is time to show the whole world that America is back, bigger and better